Tommy? Always got to get your shirts off. Yeah. I don't know if we have them. Yeah. Go, boys! Always good to end on a one. Everything out here is. Hey,
Oh. Took a while.
Yeah, that's better. That's a holding roll. Yeah, that was good. Great one. There's a lot of summer.
you're out of here? Oh, there, okay. Someone deliver you a gin and tonic? Might throw that weight around the other time. Hey, you need being a friend? Go. Yeah. The last rivalry battle. Alrighty. Mike! 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 One more set. That's what I said you had to do. You're reserved for the next match. Do it 3 in a row. You're back up. Because you're massive man. Really?
It's like there's no way he's putting me on 3 in a row.
No, it's because you weren't supposed to be on the Sonia game. Sonia was supposed to be second, you were supposed to be reserved. I wrote it down wrong in the chat. Duty teams, line judge scorers. All kids, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Next three, ready up. Okay, you put the. No one seems to move then. So. Yes, Katie, yeah. 2 minutes, the next crew, Katie.
Umbrella
2 minutes, 1 minute to the next crew, Katie. Starting 1 minute.
No, no.
down versus over there. Because if a player dives into it, it'll go through them and kill them. We don't want that to happen.
And gentlemen, your Beach Pro Tour finals start now. Third and fourth. This game is. Can we please have a round of applause for our refs this game? Our first ref approaching the podium, Brady Nicholson. And our second ref, an international New Zealand referee, please give it up for Richard Kasut. Okay. Here we go. On my left of the court, we have our American team. Please, can we have a round of applause for our player one, David McKenzie. And player two in our sky blue shirt, please give it up for Benjamin Vaught. And on the right side of the court, we have our New Zealand team in the black. Please give a round of applause to Tom Hardles. And keep that applause going for player two, Tom Eyes. New Zealand versus America.
Well, welcome back to this, the third and fourth playoff, the bronze medal match, and it is the two teams there in the black and the blue. Take us through there, Giles. Who we got at each combination?
Yeah, so we'll start with the ball in hand. We've got Dave McKenzie, an American, and his partner Ben Vaught at the net. And
the left-hander?
Yeah, left-handed Ben Vaught, and the fiery Dave McKenzie with the ball in his hand. And he's just served, and that's Tom Hardles, who's passed the ball tight, and it's still live. And at the net is Tom Heiss. And a nice shot there from David McKenzie to get us underway. 1-0 to the Americans.
Well, that was a rocket serve as well.
Yeah.
To start off with, gee, it was moving in this very blustery conditions. The wind has really got up, well, since this morning at 9 a.m. It was fairly calm. Now, well, they've got a lot more to contend with.
Yeah, it is a big variable, and it does change the game and change how things look. So it's going to be interesting to see how the players navigate that and what they can do to offset the wind or use the wind to their advantage. And there's a great shot there from Tom, but Ben Vaught getting involved at the net.
Yeah, the old fist pump there and a little bit of a high five back to his partner, as this is the bronze medal match of the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour here at Mount Maunganui. A little bit of surf coming up as well. The beach becoming very popular with all sorts of people using.
And that was a side spinner. He just almost cut that one back and not quite able to drop it in the court there, Dave. But he was a serving specialist for the American men's indoor team. So going to 2 Olympics and really big pressure moments, they just serve them on cold and got to snap into that.
I mean, we were mentioning before how special it is.
Oh, and a great shot there from Tom. And
still going.
And we can
there
see
it is.
that breeze. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Great play there from McKenzie. Gets up high and then powers it down. But just to be able to make the Olympics for the United States in volleyball and to be a serving specialist, that's up there.
It is impressive, yeah. And he was telling me actually earlier in the day that he once got 50 kills in an indoor match in 5 sets. So that's 10 kills a set, and it's just incredible. Numbers are normally 20 for a big game.
Yeah, that's difficult to work out just how he can do that. But that is a bit of power coming back from the Kiwis.
Yeah, and that's Tom Heiss getting involved, and this is their 5th game, I think, the Kiwis, and the Americans, they had 2 games to qualify, so they went through, had to win twice to get into the tournament, and so I think it's their 8th game or 7th game.
That is a lot over, what, 4 days?
Yeah, 4 days, yeah, Thursday through Sunday now. Oh, we're taking the cap off there.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's doing really well to adjust his run-up. If we have a look, he moves inside laterally and then just through the hands of Tom there.
What does 3rd and 4th or the bronze mean to these players? I mean, obviously you want to make the final. However, you know, you still want to just say, hey, we didn't make the final, but we're the 3rd best. And I'm assuming there's some prize money as this rally continues.
Yeah, they're certainly playing for just a bit more than pride. There's prize money and also points on the line. And a great shot there
Well, that's where we come into, this is the futures. So effectively, future's been the word that if you enter at this level, you know, hopefully your future is in the nicest possible way to get out of them, to move up to the challenger.
Yeah.
And then once you move up out of challenge as well, you're really at the, you know, the top of the tree.
Yeah, challenge, and then the Elite 16 for that really top tier. And I was actually, Shauna Polly was just telling me off court that they've actually made it into the Elite 16
Really?
in Mexico. Yeah,
Oh,
so
that's
they've
fantastic.
they
Because they
just
won a
found that
couple
out.
of Asian titles.
Yeah,
didn't
the
they?
Asian Tour event. Yeah, and there was a huge win beating the top Australian women's team, who are actually one of the best teams in the world.
Yeah.
So they're doing really well. But back on centre court, we've got Tom and Tom just on a little bit of a run now. That's 2 points. It was a slow start for them, but picking things up. And looks like he's been working hard already, taking in the big ones.
So let's see what the serve is here from Tom Hartles. It is Hartles, yes it is.
Yeah, it is Hardles, and he's gone for the top spin, and a lot of side spin from him. Oh, great shot there from Ben.
Fantastic finish. That's where the left-hander gives you that, just that extra advantage.
Yeah, it creates different angles, and as we can see, he just brings it back and across, whereas a right-hander, probably the ball will be blowing away from him. Quite hard to keep it on your shoulder and actually follow through.
Yeah, otherwise you'd have to do an inside-out twist with your right arm.
Oh, and that's a big block. Yeah, and he's pumped. It's an interesting, there's a little observation. Dave McKenzie actually gets more pumped for his partner when Ben does something than himself. He gets quite happy, but when Ben does something, he really goes for it.
Well, I guess it's that, you know, he's an experienced player, very experienced. He's got a few years on him. That he wants his partner to come through and do well. And if his partner does well, he's doing well. It's almost like the Nick Kyrgios in tennis. He gets so enthusiastic about his partner doing well, and he takes more care about doubles than he does about singles because he's playing for someone else.
Yeah. And that's it. And it is really, they're living together, they're travelling together, they're staying together. And a nice swing there from Ben, and not able just to get his hands up to that ball. Tom Hardles in the back
Let's
court.
have a look at this. The setup and a nice and bit of depth on that shot as well.
Yeah, deep swing, the back meter. And he's float serving downwind there, probably on the lesser side. Oh, and not able just to, it's almost called a gator that. You make your hands snap like a crocodile and you bring them up together and try and parry it. Unable.
A few discussions there between both the Toms, Hartles and Heiss there, just about where Heiss was thinking about where he wants it.
And I think they're probably talking tactics of who we serve on them, what do we do once we serve on them. So I'll be, yeah, and they've gone back to Dave McKenzie. So they'll push him wide, and I think they'll go for a line block. Oh, great shot.
While he was up in the air, hanging there, he was able to almost take the power out of it and use more of a angle.
Yeah, just rolling his shoulder over it. You don't actually see that very often. That's extremely smart. He's such a physical player, but really is a high volleyball IQ, Dave McKenzie. And the 4-point lead's quite early. I know they'll be wanting to get a couple of points back from the Kiwis and get a bit closer. Just long. So that's now 3 points. That's a start.
Just checking on the score update in just a moment. There we go. It is 9-6 to the Americans in the light blue colours. This is the bronze playoff game.
Oh,
look at that.
And a great swing and a good touch, but not quite able to pick that one up, Tom Hardles. And that was that 4 players we watched. Tom will jump inside, and the other Tom Hardles will move across and not able to pick it up.
And the signal. It looks as though it's going to be your top spin. Plenty of height there.
And a good pass from Tom Heiss. They run the inside ball.
Nice. Of course, the final coming up after the completion of this match, well, it's going to be a good one. It is the Chinese of Ha and Wu, and they're up against the O'Day brothers, Ben and Sam. That'll be a real interesting contest. 2 physical and very big pairs up against each other.
Yeah, two pretty passionate teams there. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of momentum, a lot of high-flying, banging balls. It's going to be good to watch. I'm looking forward to it.
Well, the O'Days claim that they were retired in their interview. However, I would suggest that making the final, and if they do win, it could possibly change the mindset.
Yeah, I think retirement might have different meanings for different people there, Dave. I'd love my retirement to look like that, and we've seen the ball. Yeah, it did. A little bit of confusion, Dave thinking he went over, but it came down the front, and sometimes you've got to get their arm across the net and over, and he just would have had some separation there. And a little bit closer now. I can feel things just getting a bit tighter, actually. Not much between the teams. And a nice touch there from Tom Hardles. Oh, and the lovely little jumbo teardrop. Oh, just out. As we have 12-8, so 1 point until the technical timeout here. So a really key juncture in the first set.
Now, when we get an opportunity, I'm going to get you to explain to new people what the aerials are. It's not for reception, it's not for getting your signal, but we'll explain that a little bit later on. But in the meantime, oh,
Great
that's
block
nice.
there from Ben. He has been really dominant at the net here.
So that's Ben Vaught from the American side in the light blue singlets, and David McKenzie. McKenzie, as we've said, he has been to 2 Olympics for the Americans, and that is indoor volleyball. And we look at the Toms in the background there. That's in the light blue. We have the Americans, and there you can see the 2 Kiwis there, just sorting themselves out, adjusting the glasses, adjusting the shades, a little bit of water, and making sure the caps are on as well. What about all your, I guess we'll say, bits and pieces, the shades, the towel, the everything?
Yeah, for some people it's really big. I know there's a couple of guys watching back home. I think Jack McManaway really big on getting all the looks right and getting the fit.
Is it the looks or just the system of going through adjust? Now I feel right.
Yeah, it's not quite as regimented as, say, a cricket warm-up and everyone sort of, you've got the exact things, but you really want to be, it's that mindset, getting all the affairs in order and then being able to play. And sunglasses are a big one. It's not too bright out here, but it is a bit glary. Yeah, and we can see a couple of different variations on it. But going back to the volleyball, Dave McKenzie lining up.
Well, the Americans there, McKenzie and Vaught on 13-8, and it is McKenzie with the serve. Ooh, not much of run up there, just a tap through.
Oh, off the top of the hand. I don't know if it was intentional, but he'll take it. Made a little pop sound, that one.
Yeah, we were talking about the sounds in the semi-finals. So take me through the sounds. You don't have to do a version of it, but for which shot should you be thinking about, oh, we heard that?
Yeah, I guess to start with, like Tom's just served the ball there and he's just snapped over his wrist, and that creates a nice crisp sound. And then if we go now and just a more
still going, he's up.
Oh, and a big block there from Tom Heiss. Game's still on.
Oh, just about.
Yeah, and then for your shots, you want a soft contact and then as light touch of ball and around it, and then really a big one's for setting. It shouldn't make any sound at all as the ball comes in and the ball goes out. Just to have that continuity. And it normally you can tell if you hear the set, it's probably been a bit clunky, and they call them concrete hands.
Concrete hands.
But we don't have any of that out on the court at the moment.
That's nice.
That is a nice shot. Really deft. He's playing the high line pretty well in some of the earlier games, so into that deep corner now. He's mixing it up because players seem to understand their tendencies and work people out, so you need to constantly be adapting and adjusting your game, because if people have watched footage of you or taken notes, then they can, this is his favourite shot, this is what he likes to do.
Oh, there we go with the error, the service error. And it is 1 more point to the Americans, 15-10.
Probably doesn't like to do that one, I don't think,
No.
Tom. But 5-point lead, that's quite a sizable margin in beach volleyball. It is a game of small margin, so that lead is getting pretty big for the Americans.
And McKenzie with the serve. Let's see the setup. Yeah, didn't even hear a thing then. Yeah, just with that whole set, it was almost silent.
Yeah, it is, and it was just silent and controlled in all one motion. If we look here with Tom, he's in a nice position going up. Hardly any movement of the ball.
Now, you had referred to how the Americans will do that setup a little bit slower, so that some other nations will think it's a bit of a carry.
Yeah, there was some contention actually between these two teams in Mission Bay a few weeks ago. A couple of calls on that hard-driven ball, first contact, which is, if you're going to set it, it should be smooth, but the Americans were doing it on ones that may or may not have been a hard-driven ball, and there was a bit of back and forth, all above board, of course, but things got a little bit testy, and so there's a little bit of history here with these teams, and a great touch.
That is beautiful.
Let's see if he can follow it up here. Dave McKenzie, yeah, I'll take that again.
That was in.
It's 17-11.
And again, for people who aren't familiar so much with the red flags, you can see that we've you'll see the indication there with the flags in the background. And if it's down, the flag down, it means it's in. If flag in any other direction, well, that's no good.
Yeah, and there's actually a third call, Dave, which isn't used and would more be used if someone doesn't know. Can't see. Another block there. They're really dominating at net, Americans, putting their hands in the right places and sealing over. So if we look at this angle, you can see Dave's hands are actually over the net and on the other side and taking away that zone.
And 18-11, as you can see there, the score, of course, going up to 21 in the first couple of sets.
Yeah, and we can see, but the third call is if you cross your arms with the flag, it means I can't see, because sometimes you get obstructed or I don't know, and it's actually, they get told, the referees, that it's a really good call to make, and Tom's having a good chuckle because the timeout, they're down by 11-18, 7 points, and this, I think this is just a bit of a mental game here, just to try and throw them off their rhythm.
So we can see the two Kiwis there, that is Hartles and Heiss, both Tom and Tom, and the Americans there just toweling down a little bit. Not really saying too much.
No, they're pretty cool customers, actually, the Americans. They don't talk too much. Some people really like to talk and be constantly doing it. That's unfortunately my sort of approach to it. But I think they know what they're doing, and they just keep going, keep the train moving.
Well, there was a lot more chat in the women's semi-finals. Don't know if that's a male-female thing or not, or it's just whether it's those combinations, but it did appear to be a lot more chat.
Yeah, it does depend on the dynamics in the teams and if you're working things out or just explaining it. And I think because these guys have played each other quite a few times and it's late in the tournament and a lot of volleyball, they might know, oh, we want to do this. Are we doing it? Yes, no, sweet. Whereas if you've got to make constant adjustments, and that, I think it's also energy levels. Sometimes you've got to help carry your teammate through or bring them up, give them some energy, or conversely, if everything's good, just let it go.
I guess we are in the bronze rather than the semi-finals.
Yeah.
There's a little bit different there. If you're in the semi-finals, you want to make that final. And here is the Kiwis, Tom Hartles and Tom Heiss.
And another touch block there from Dave McKenzie. Oh, high-flying action. Tom Hartles is at the net.
Oh, in position though.
Yeah, all there. That's not quite able to convert, unfortunately.
He was in a perfect position to perhaps take his choice of where he wanted to go.
Yeah, it was all in front of him. He had the options, but
too many options.
Yeah, sometimes when that breeze is coming, it just gets outside of your grasp, and then you can't quite do what you want to do with it. Nice shot there from
That's
Tom
the
Heiss.
better one.
Yeah, and that's that indoor experience. Played a lot of indoor, really nice swing, and he's actually very good at looking and seeing past the block and hitting.
I shouldn't ask, but I'm going to ask. Which do you prefer?
Oh, I definitely prefer the beach now.
And so that's a now.
Yeah.
In the past?
In the past was a big indoor player and enjoyed a lot of indoor. Had the fortunate actually playing indoor with Tom Heiss and Tom Hartles, thankfully, as it take it up to 13, 19. And you learn a lot, and then you get to a certain point, and beach you just have a bit more fun, a bit more involvement, and you get to play on the sand, which is fantastic.
Keeps it in.
Oh, and Ben going for the two hit there, and Tom just outside of the arm. And we've got a man down on centre court, I think, Dave. He's taken his time to get up. That one might have hurt.
And up to set point. First set point for the Americans at 20-13. And it's the Kiwis, Tom Hartles and Tom Heiss. And steering down the barrel on this. Gee, that's power. Too much.
Just out. There can't be much in that one.
Well,
he's asking the question. And the score is 20-14, so there doesn't need to be too much argument, but...
This is the difficulty of looking for that spot.
Yeah, Tom's just saying, come on, man. What's going on? And I think I can hear Tom Heiss saying, you would say it's in, which is fair enough.
Well, they seem to be having a little bit of banter. Nothing too much.
Yeah.
Thumbs up in the end, but they're competitive.
Yeah, a couple of friendly sledges, so I'm keen to see how that develops into the second set.
Yes.
Oh,
no. And that is, unfortunately, Tom Hartles collecting the net on the way through the serve. And it is the first game, the first set, 21-14 to the Americans. McKenzie and Vaught will be back in just a moment.
trust, they say, is hard won and easily lost. At GJ Gardner Homes, we respect the word trust because, you see, to us it's much more than just a word. It's a value, and we hold that dear. We know that when you come to us, you place an enormous amount of trust in our people to deliver the home you've always wanted. Because after all, we're building a home for your important people. GJ Gardner Homes, New Zealand's most trusted home builder.
And welcome back to the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour at Mount Maunganui Beach. Into the second set here of the bronze medal playoff for the men. It is in the light blue, the Americans, David McKenzie and Ben Vort. Up against the Kiwis, Tom and Tom, Tom Hartles and Tom Heiss. And, well, what are we thinking about this one at the moment as we start off the second? It is 1 to the Americans. And Giles, oh, gee.
They've started with a hiss and a roar, Dave. Their rally, I'm almost short of breath watching it.
It's the first rally. It was pretty convincing and pretty spectacular.
Yeah, and I think the gameplay that we started to see, just the mental games and the mind games, I think they're continuing on as the second set. Yeah. Oh, and a big rip there from Tom Heiss.
That is what he wanted to do. He wanted to say, hey, we may have lost that first set, but we're back, and here's something decisive. Take that.
Yeah, he stamps his authority on that. A big swing off the shoulder, and you got to give him props because Dave McKenzie enjoyed that. He actually has a tendency of firing up, but when he sees something he likes, he says, nice shot.
Now just a slight adjustment on the score, not a problem there. The players know it's 1 each. In fact, going 2-1.
Yeah, so 2-1 to the Americans in the light blue, the sky blue, as Ben Vort from California, where he's currently based, has served that one, and Tom Heiss has got the ball and unfortunately just dropped that one.
Yeah.
You've got to play it nice and high, and I think his shoulder just dropped and where he could contact his point, so he didn't have that.
So like a lot of sports, you can't pull your shoulder down because it's going to pull down your shot.
Yeah, that's right, and it's really big for volleyball to hit nice and high because you can see Dave McKenzie's block there really high, so the higher you swing and hit from, the more chance that you're going to get over him or around him. But if you go low, there's nothing but forearm and ball's coming back at you.
And let's just have a look now at the serve. Getting plenty of height.
Yeah, nice pass and set there from the Americans, and a great touch from Tom.
Still in.
Oh, they've played it. All right, is he going to go on two? No, he's going to set this one. And a great shot there from Dave
Nice
McKenzie.
little bit of subtlety there.
Almost a dummy, like threw the dummy with his shoulder and swung and then just kissed it down. A great shot, yeah, and Tom Hartles, one of the best in the business at defence, but even he couldn't get near that one.
And Giles, explain the colours of the uniform as to why we have black. Well, I guess it suits for the Kiwis, but is it? How is that selected? How does that happen?
Yeah, it's actually done on a coin toss, funnily enough. Oh, and that's a hard-driven ball there, and Dave McKenzie's done it. And it's just basically you've got a blue team and a black team, and just to differentiate. Oh, and a great shot there. You're starting to hear some crowd involvement, Dave. I think I could hear Mike Watson trying to G the boys up.
So there's a few people around.
And it's good to see some atmosphere building here at the Mount. Yeah, but the uniforms are just some colouring. Make it easy on the ref.
Make it simple.
Yeah.
Okay, there's always going to be a blue team and a black team.
Yeah.
That's it. Just like boxing, you've got a blue and red. Doesn't matter what your nation's colours are.
Yeah, and the trunks are provided by the players, but the uniform are handed out by the tournament officials at the start. So you can sort of see you've got a bit of a trophy chest. If you play a lot of tournaments, you'll have a lot of different singlets from different countries and everything. As Tom's got an open net and tape rolls that.
Have a go with McKenzie.
Oh, he's used his left hand and it's just long.
Well, that was the thing. His partner is the left-hander. It was a different option. A good option in a way, however he did push it long.
Yeah, let's have another look just off the tape roll. Everything was there and I think it just went wide. They do run a wide set to the pin, or actually the aerials, the antennas that we were talking about early, as Dave goes up and shoots over. I think you almost predicted that one here in the box. So those antenna, that's the field of court. So if it goes outside there, it's out of bounds, out of play. And if it hits it, it's considered out as well. So it's a really good base when you're setting the ball. I want it near, but not on the pin.
So it's not for your Wi-Fi people. It's actually as a part of the court as such.
And we've got some interesting gameplay. So Tom, you're allowed to come under the net. In indoor, there's a line and you can't have your whole foot over it. Beach, you're allowed to come under the net, but you're not allowed to interfere. So we actually had Tom Hartles. His whole body was under, but that's fine as long as he didn't get in the way of the American guys trying to play the ball.
So in theory, if you dived and managed to flick it back up to your own team member, as long as you're not interfering with your opponent, their footwork, their whatever,
Yeah.
you're okay. But you still have to get back up again.
Absolutely, and that ball's got to stay, I guess, on your plane of the net. It can't come under and back through. So there's a few, few technicalities there, and while we're talking about the aerials and antennas, as we just see the replay, Tom Hartle's going up and not quite able, falling away, and I don't think Tom Heiss was happy with the set and the position he put in his partner. But if, Dave, the ball goes outside of the aerials, you can actually play it back through the same plane on the outside. So if you shank a pass, it goes wide. Great swing,
Here we go.
great dig.
Mackenzie puts it up, and
Oh,
Vaught.
yes.
It's up again.
It's a difficult set, and he's done really well. Oh, what a play.
Just about lifted it up. And the Americans take the point in the end, and the crowd up on their hill.
Yeah.
Very appreciative of that.
We're being treated to some fantastic volleyball here. As they're just
This is the
duking
bronze
it out.
medal playoff, of course. Mackenzie and Vaught, the Americans, gunning for bronze here at Mount Maunganui Beach.
And it could get to the stage where it's just about who's got the most petrol in the tank as he goes over that angle and not able to get it. Dave Mackenzie. A wry smile, I think I saw in his face out of the outstretched arms.
And the sun just going behind the clouds for about the first time today, actually.
Oh, and a big rip, and well dug there from Tom Hartles. And he's fired it back.
And back.
And he's pretty pumped up. You can see it. He gets a little bit of swagger going. And
He's got the Kiwis, the crowd behind him now. A few slaps, high five, low five. Yeah, he's getting pumped up.
yeah, we could be in for a three-setter here. And anything could happen once it goes into that third set.
Well, when we get into the third set, what's the scoring system?
Yeah, so it's first to 15, and then you switch sides on end. So a little bit shorter, and it's not quite, but a point's almost worth double because a 6-8 lead in the third set is a lot harder to come back from than in the second set. As Dave Mackenzie, that high of a line, we've seen a lot of purchase out of him from using those shots and moving the defense around. And what you can see is he's looking at the players and where they are, and he's looking at the front court player and the back court player and thinking, there's a gap, I'm going to find that.
Well, you need about 4 eyes because it's a couple on the ball, then you need a couple looking at your opponents as well.
Yeah, and it actually, as we see Tom Hartle set Tom Heiss, he'll be calling. That's a good block there. The partner usually calls, the one who sets the ball, they actually let them know line or angle, and that's what they're taking or blocking. And it gives them just that extra information that they can use. As we see a couple of big breaths there from Dave Mackenzie, working hard.
So one back there for the Kiwis. Keeps it close enough, 7-10.
Yeah, we see his hands going for that swat block, is just chucking the ball back there, almost like a put-back dunk in the basketball reference.
Well, we had a couple of references in there. I'm not sure if chucking was part of it, but
A nice set there from Ben, but just reaching his hands over and touching the net, Tom Heiss, and that's a net violation or a net foul. Very high and not able to get there. 7-11, so a couple of points until the tick timeout. This is going to be a really, really important play for both these teams, see where the momentum goes. Well dug there from Ben Vaught.
yeah, and the Americans pretty happy about that because they take the 12-7 lead now. The ball just coming off the block and out.
We can see the late push in, and that's just called pressing. You're pressing your hands over the net. And that's an indoor player. That hard, fast swing.
He's great at those blocks.
Yeah,
I mean, we actually had the stats of how many blocks, and I'm not sure if that's done all the time, but yeah, the blocks have come off so well for him.
And it's a massive part of the game because siding out, getting the ball on your serve receive, and then converting is usually expected. So if you can get any block, it's a bonus. And I think, as we see Dave again side out, Jason Lockheed was saying the average is about 1.2 blocks a set, and he's doing really well here.
Yeah, I would say he's actually probably up on that average. It's probably the 3 at the moment, and there we go with the technical timeout at a 13-8. Remembering that we do have the men's final coming up after this, and that will be the Chinese pair of Ha and Wu, up against, the O'Day brothers, that is Ben and Sam. Should be real fun, that one, because it's going to be physical. in the sense that there's some big boys out there.
Yeah, we've got some tall timber on centre court all warming up now as we see them on the practice court actually, and I wouldn't want to be playing against either of those guys, I think, Dave.
You didn't manage to get against any of them in the recent series?
I actually don't know if I have. I've memorably played Sam and Ben in Christchurch one time, and I think Ben had a little highlight video that he put up as a result of that. Bounced one past me. But it will be some fantastic volleyball, and I'm really excited to see Sam, who's a really big dominant blocker, up against another really big team, and just to see all that height above the net.
Well, the Chinese were very powerful in their semi-final, where they defeated the Americans, and that was a good contest.
Yeah, that was a fantastic match. As we see the Americans take the lead 13-8, so a 5-point buffer here, and he looks like he's about to topspin.
Yeah, going way back as far as he can.
And a good serve, yeah, he liked that one.
It was fast as well. Probably got a little touch from the wind, maybe just altered it slightly.
Yeah, changed its trajectory and actually causes it to drop more when you're going into the wind. Just almost that draw in golf, just coming down with it, and it's really hard to pass because where you expect it, and it's just out of that zone. And again, some power from the serve there.
Let's look for it. Another block.
Net touch, unfortunately, on Tom Hardles, and that's 2 really big points out of the technical
timeout. Let's take a look at this touch. Oh, there we go.
Oh, just with his body. Yeah,
it wasn't much.
No, not much at all. And unfortunately, when you've got a ref like Richard Suri-Kasut on the job, you're not going to get much past him.
So he's one of the stricter refs, you'd say?
One of the more observant refs, I might say.
I like that, observant.
I won't comment on his strictness. But he's fantastic, and they do a great job at referees, and also all of the officials for making this happen.
Yeah, we should say thank you very much to all of the officials from the World Tour, and also all of the volunteers around the venue today and over the last few weeks as well, but particularly for this Pro Tour. The futures, it is the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour here at Mount Maunganui, and a lot of volunteers. You can see them in the yellow shirts there. It's almost synchronized raking. Yeah.
Well, funnily enough, I had the fortunate pleasure to watch the Commonwealth Games with Sam and Brad Fuller, and as well as Shauna Polly and Alice Seaman were competing, and they'd have rake, and they actually had a dance crew, and they did the same routine every time, raked for about 6 seconds, and then went and busted out some moves. But unfortunately, the courts didn't get raked, as we see them working hard, doing the mahi on centre court. And 16-8, bit of a lead here for the Americans. Going to be pretty tough, I think, for Tom Hardles and Tom Heiss to bring it back.
A bit of paddle boarding, and not much in the way of the waves, but pretty pleasant.
Yeah, it looks like they're having a good time.
Yeah. Yeah, and the Commonwealth Games for squash at the Gold Coast, that everybody come out and wipe the courts, but they play the Benny Hill music to it. It became a bit of a joke, and they actually quite enjoyed wiping the courts to the Benny Hill music.
Yeah, we've got the 3rd serve, I believe, from Dave McKenzie. Looking down the barrel.
And running up, nice height.
Wow. And another cracking serve. Oh, they've peeled on Tom. And Tom Hardles is at the net. Tom Heiss is playing backcourt, and that's in.
Yeah. It was deep as well. It was very deep. You had to check on the flag there if it was in. And now it's 17-8 to the Americans. McKenzie and Vaught. And David McKenzie, he's with the serve, and with the cap is Ben Vaught.
And he's just rolled the wrist over that one, so taking a little bit of heat off it for the control. And a great shot there from Tom Heiss.
Nice control. You could see that McKenzie was a bit further back, and that Vaught wasn't really going to be able to get to it. He had to guard the other side.
Yeah, and he does. It's all about playing it low. I know some of the coaches really instruct the people, if you're on the ground, you want to play it low, and a big swing there. You can see him unwind and just unleash on that ball. So it's 18-9, doubling their score, unfortunately, if you're the Kiwis. And if you're American, watching this from America, you'll be pretty happy right now.
Yeah, 3 away. And it is the left-handed Vaught with the serve.
And a great block there.
There you go. I think this is number 3 for this set as well.
Yeah, there's definitely a few, and they're stacking up, and as we see him get high and across and spreading those fingers out, and you're taught to put your thumbs and try and get your thumbs to the ceiling so your palms are facing down and getting that ball rebounding straight on the opposition side. Bit of chat there from the Americans, just talking it over. And a good swing there from Tom Heiss.
They'll be pleased to get that one back. Managed to avoid the block. The block of David McKenzie, who has been so successful up at the net.
Yeah, just a little bit of gardening there from Tom Hartles, making sure he got a smooth runway to take off from. Here, going for the topspin option.
And no good there from the Toms.
A little bit of a story there, Dave. I think there, Dave, that just there, not quite and almost, unfortunately not coming off, and you can sort of just see a little bit of colour leaving the face after another one.
It is a match point now to the Americans in the light blue.
And
that is a great answer there from Tom Heiss.
He didn't have much to work with and just powered it through, and getting a hand to it was a backcourt player, but that one probably went into about court 22, I think.
Yeah, a long way away. A shorter serve as he runs up again. Heiss looking for the block, and that is it. 21-14 and 21-11 to the Americans. They come out at the winner and take the bronze here at the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour at Mount Maunganui. And Giles Black, take us through that.
Yeah, it's a pretty dominant performance from the Americans. They've really started serving strong, siding out, and getting a lot of blocks and block touches, just keeping that pressure and maintaining it. And unfortunately for the Kiwis, not able just to get back in the fight.
Well, certainly no disgrace there for the Kiwis, Tom Hartles and Tom Heiss, losing the bronze medal playoff match to the Americans, David McKenzie and Ben Vort. It was a 21-14, 21-11. And we'll just have a little chat with the players in just one moment. Well, Team America, well done. You got the bronze, David McKenzie and Ben Vort. Congratulations. You guys pretty happy about that one?
Yeah, we had a tough loss against China. It felt really good to come back and play our best match of the tournament.
Yeah, nice. You agree, your best match so far?
Definitely. I think, we had some previous tournaments in New Zealand, and our goal was this one, and we ended with a really nice match. Yeah.
Now, everybody says you're hyped up, David.
Huh?
Everybody says you're hyped up, okay? You've got a bit of energy about you. Would you agree there, Ben, that he's pretty hyped?
He's the old guy on the team. He's the more fired up guy.
When you're inconfident, you distract with loud noises and other things. So.
And conditions today, you were pretty happy with those?
Perfect. Because we've played in some very harsh winds on Friday. So today it was perfect. Not super hot, just perfect volleyball weather.
Great way to end everything. So.
Yeah.
Now, just finally, David, you've been coaching in Malaysia and you've been playing for quite some time. People don't realize about your indoor background as well. But, coming around to New Zealand, just somewhere different to visit?
I came down here like 7 years ago and I played these tournaments with Ben O'Day. And I love this place, and the tour is so competitive. Lots of players, so hungry to win, and I love being here.
All right, thank you very much, Team America. Well done on the bronze medal.
cool, but did I fuck it up? Yeah.
Good everyone up there spectating. Our next finals are first place finals. That takes place at 2 p.m. just over 15 minutes away. But one of our amazing sponsors of the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour is Batcheer. And our friends at Batcheer are currently wandering around the beach, giving out $75 Batcheer vouchers as well as some free sunscreen. It is still a UV index of 5, so you still can get sunburned. You might want to grab some sunscreen and some Batcheer vouchers as well. So keep an eye out for the Batcheer team wandering around the beach right now with their giveaways. It's all thanks to our amazing sponsors, Mikasa, Sino, DJ Garden Homes, Tip Top, Batcheer, Tonga City Council and Zen. Our finals continues at 2 p.m. where we are in New Zealand. Take on China. Battling for first place, the Beach Pro Tour returns in just moments.
make everything job in the final, apparently.
The official warm-up for our gold finals has just started. You can see our teams, New Zealand and China, there on the court warming themselves up. The best seats in the house, though, are right here underneath our tip-top umbrellas. And if you fancy seeing yourself on international TV live stream as well, that's a great place to sit as well. But it's a serious game. The New Zealand team taking on China for the gold medal in the Beach Pro Tour Futures. Their warm-up is happening currently. Get excited, because we are just 5 minutes away from the game officially starting. So get comfy, get the best seats in the house, and enjoy the game very soon. And we will say the best seats here underneath the tip-top umbrellas. And do keep an eye out for those batch cheer guys. They're currently over by the tip-top tent, still giving out some $75 batch cheer vouchers, as well as some free sunscreen. And also while you're there, try out the tip-top games over there. They've got some cornhole and some beanbags to chill out. And we are going to get started with our gold medal event very soon. New Zealand versus China. You might have been seeing all day today our crew in the yellow shirts. Amazing work from our volunteers today. They have been going hard all weekend and even before that, volunteering to help out and be our ball picker-uppers and everything. And also thank you to Peter Pitt as well for being our lunch sponsor. Can we have a round of applause to our volunteers for the amazing work that they're doing at our Futures event today. We are just 2 minutes away until we kick off our gold medal event for our Futures Pro Tour. It is between New Zealand and China, fighting for first place in the men's category. And Tauranga, this is your chance to make some noise and represent your city. We are live streaming internationally at worldvolleyball.com and on YouTube as well. So I want to, up here and all around spectating, I want to hear you all make some noise. Get a round of applause going, cheer for your team, whether it's New Zealand or China or whatever. We want to hear you make some noise so everyone watching on live stream can hear how amazing our city is. So can we have a round of applause, cheers for our gold final medal event tonight, or today this afternoon. There we go. The rakes are coming out onto the court. Everything is being prepared. Our China team and New Zealand team are currently sitting side of court, ready to get started. All right. Here we go. Let's keep that round of applause and enthusiasm going for our first referee, our international New Zealand referee for today's game, Tim Cleaver, everybody. Round of applause. And please keep that round of applause going for our second referee, Sarah Baldwin. Okay, here we go. Starting today's game on my right side of the court today. It is our China team. Please, can we keep that round of applause going for our first player, Ha Lai Zhang. And keep the applause going for player 2 in the black, Wu Jiajin. And on the left side of the court today, we have our New Zealand team in the blue. Please, can we have a round of applause for player 1, Ben O'Day. And keep that applause going for our player 2, Sam O'Day. It is New Zealand versus China, the gold medal event. Good luck.
And welcome in now to this, the men's final. It is going to be a very exciting final, the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour at Mount Maunganui. And you can see the two teams there. The light blue is the Kiwis, and the black there, it is the Chinese. And joining me now, Giles Black. This is going to be one heck of a final. We're looking forward to this.
Yeah, this is going to be an absolute cracker as we see Ben toss it up and get us underway.
The sun's back out. There's a bit of a breeze. And point number one to the Chinese. We should point out that the Chinese probably standing 6'6" or taller.
Yeah, I've actually been told 6'8". Someone just told me before, and that's very unusual to have two tall timber players. Normally you have one, and Ben and Sam are considered a very tall team by international standards. And that ball just going long.
And our referee as well there from New Zealand?
Yeah, Tim Cleaver, actually, on the first referee. And he's very experienced referee, done
just
much
checking
international.
Something behind there at the moment.
Yeah, we've got the second top man, Suri Kasut, on the job. Not sure what's going on there, but all has to be lined up for the big dance. Here's player number one.
Let's explain the two players for New Zealand. We have number one for New Zealand in the light blue. That is Ben O'Dea. So he has the darker cap. And number two for New Zealand with the ball right now, about to serve, is Sam O'Dea with the orange cap. Two very strong and quite tall players as well. It's just that they're up against an even taller combination from China.
And a great serve there from Sam O'Dea. Topspin serve, ripping it down the line.
Yeah, certainly ripped that one in. And the Chinese, number one is Ha. And number two, see number two there, he is wearing the cap, is Wu. Ready for the serve there. Big toss.
And a good contact there, and the ball is out of the net. He's played it well. And a net touch there, so that is
in.
Two.
Takes the lead now, the Kiwis. Let's have a look at the replay. And what you're going to see from the Chinese, from Ha and Wu, is a little bit of up and down in their emotions at times. The head will drop sometimes, other times they'll be high-fiving, and they'll be doing a fist pump. So we're going to see a fair range of emotion, I think, here.
Yeah, there's a lot of passion, and they bring a lot of good energy to this game. And we'll see Sam go about his business and up there with a big block of his, and then Ben will provide that fire. As a huge swing off the hands there. That's how it's done.
Yeah, you can hear the crowd. They're enthusiastic behind it. We've actually got a lot of people here up on the back and overlooking the court, and they're into it.
Yeah, we've got a couple of VNZ tents here, and everyone loves getting under those, all the players and the fans.
It's got sunny again. So Sam O'Dea with the serve and the error. I guess that's the biggest no-no as a coach. You know. Oh.
Yeah, that is our first ends, a multiple of 7, so 3-4.
Yeah, so going up to 21 in the first two sets, and if we go to a third, up to 15.
Yeah, and that is, actually should mention it for those watching, there is a bit of a breeze, a little bit gusty, but it's looking like it's coming sort of diagonally left to right on screen and in the face of the Chinese team who are just serving now. A nice little fix-up set from Ben there, and off the top of the hands again.
A little bit fortunate because it just clipped the Chinese hands and then went out. It was probably...
That actually looked like it went through the blocker on that replay.
We're just taking another look and thinking, gee, did he actually hit it? He obviously did.
Yeah, it's all very high. I mean, there's a lot above the net, and that's a pretty good shot. Yeah. Seeing some open space high in the angle.
So we've started fast, and the Kiwis, O'Dea and O'Dea, that is Sam and Ben. Sam with the orange cap, Ben with the darker cap. Of course, both represented New Zealand at various times.
Played in the tour, actually, a couple of years ago and went to the Gold Coast Commonwealth Games together where they got a bronze medal, so a lot of history, and they've been playing together for probably nearly 15 years.
And their brother as well was also a player or was a coach?
Yeah, Edwin O'Dea, very good player back in his day, and is coaching them now. And they're all three of them actually involved in a business, EcoShine Solar, give a shout out to them. And I know Eddie will be watching with bated breath while this game is unfolding.
The O'Deas did claim that they were retired, and at this point, not quite coming off in the end. But they claimed that they were retired after their semi-final win. However, as we know, the more wins you have, retirement sort of gets forgotten perhaps.
Yeah, and if you can still do it, and you can still do it at a high level, it's going to be hard to stay out. As we see a 6-5 lead, and just checking on the line, you've got to have it. Don't want any sand on the line because sometimes it can interfere with if it looks in, if it looks out. You've got to have all the technical stuff right. And they're going at Sam on the left side here. And a great pick, but not able to convert there.
He was in position to take it.
Yeah, he had everything right and just unable to scoop it. As you'll see, a lot of energy coming with that ball, and you've almost got to hit it backwards just so it goes up and not forward and away.
That was Ha there from China, so he's number 1 for China. Wu is number 2.
And that's Wu with the swing. Yeah, the right side player, Wu, he's just hitting that high cross-court shot.
Nice set.
Just out of the outstretched arms of Ben. I think he was possibly thinking it might go out, and that high angle dropping into the corner.
And Giles, for the viewers that may have just joined in, the sound quality, and I say sound quality, how is that looking? I mean, how do we describe the sound?
Yeah, I would say it's deep. There'll be some international players watching back home. Shout out to Rene Kappa, who would say that some of the American courts, Santa Monica, is a bit deeper, but it is really deep and it's hard to get out. So a lot of courts, a lot of game time. It'll be really tuned up, so quite fine. And it's going to be tough out there for the players. Second game of the day.
So they really have to push off as well. Particularly when you're tall and this big. All 4 of the players here are quite solid across the shoulders, quite strong. And when you're as tall as all of these players, they've got a little bit of a bulk to push off.
Yeah, and we just have this change in tactics. We've got Ben O'Day at the net, normally the backcourt player, so they're switching up the blocking so Sam doesn't have to run to the net. And he's
successful.
Made an impact. Yeah, first. That's the first block there for Ben. So he's 1 from 1, 100% block rate. He's got to be happy with that.
Well, what we've seen so far today is David McKenzie from United States. They won the bronze, McKenzie and Vaught, over the Kiwis, Tom and Tom, Hartles and Hythe. And McKenzie was just getting 3 blocks a set.
Yeah, he was dominating up there, doing a really good job. And Ben Smart, the unfortunate Wu there, not able to be in the right position and just parrying off the block.
Well, let's have a look at the serve here. Generally, if the players go quite a way back, it means they go to topspin.
Yeah. Yeah, and that topspin, a longer run up and more power to go forward. And a nice toss there from Ben, but just outstretched. Just a little bit far in front of him. Sometimes there's an art to, you don't want to throw it behind you, but you don't want to be having to chase it forward.
So how does a young beach volleyball player learn that sort of serve? Is it just try again?
Yeah, you want to start with the toss and work on the toss there. So we see the float spin, the float serve is just straight up and down, and then just going and doing it. You just got to hit it.
Oh, they kept it in.
Oh, too long. Good call there from Ben. Saw it was out, and that's that block. Yeah, it's got to be a long way down to get over that block. But yeah, you've just got to practice. Just get up there and just start tossing and going for it. I wouldn't worry too much about trying to be very accurate to start with. You want to get the power first, and you can build the accuracy later. And hopefully get a good coach. That's probably the #1 recommendation.
Got Sam O'Day with the serve now.
Looks like he's going to float serve. Yeah, no rotation on the ball, no spin. Move the player short, really good, really good. Oh, but Ha's done very well, and he's pretty pumped about that one. Don't serve me, he says, I'll take care of that.
Let's take a look at the replay here. And just drops in, just in.
Very good shot.
And on the line is in?
On the line is in, yes. And actually on the serve, your foot can't touch the line. So that's probably just like not like a no ball, but you've got to be very aware of your feet and your foot placement. So that's probably a big one as well for those back home out there looking to practice in the backyard.
Touch. Yeah, they're calling for it.
Yeah, so what Ben is arguing for is a reach. So you have to play the ball in your plane of the net. And we'll see on the replay. This is going to be interesting. Oh,
what's your call, umpire?
I would be blowing up if I was Ben, to be honest. I think the ball might have been on the O'Day's side of the net, and you cannot play that because Ben's trying to set the ball up. It is a judgment call, very hard.
Well, the umpire wasn't given the courtesy of the replay there.
Yeah, no, he wasn't.
We got to see it.
Very tough call either way. But
makes it back to 10 each as well.
Yeah, and
vital point.
Typically, you go in favour of the attacking team. Oh, that's big. It's a unfortunate error there from Sam O'Day as it goes 11-10 into the first tech timeout. And there might be some steam coming out of the
Yeah,
ears, because
there
that
could
could have
be.
been their point.
We'll have a look on the camera in just a moment as they sit down. The Kiwis are in the light blue. That's the Chinese there in the black. The colours are given to them. Here's the Kiwis there. Not saying too much, but let's have a look. We can't see anything much happening there with the Kiwis. I don't believe they're actually saying much at all. They both know what's going on. They're brothers as well.
Yeah, seasoned campaigners is also too. Playing years and years and years, so just a lot. I mean, there's not much in it, and there's some really good ball being played.
Well, there was the contentious, we'll call it contentious decision, and then there was an error there from the O'Days, which has the Chinese just taking the lead in the first set. Ha and Wu. Now they defeated the Americans in the semi-finals.
Yeah, in the O'Days, they played off against
the Toms.
Yeah, the Toms in the
Hartles and Host.
semi-final. And that was the first game of the morning, so that was about...
Yeah, it was 9 a.m.
Yeah, 9 o'clock, bright and early for school. And we've got the main event for the men, and we've also got the women's final coming up a
You're
bit
going to have
later
to tell
on.
us very shortly who's going to be in that women's final, and just watch this point, and then you can tell us who's going to be in it.
And a great swing from there, Sam. That's a statement right there. That's a, I'm here to play, and I'm going to go. And we've got some great support there from Mike Watson. We can hear him in the box.
Ends up on his backside there, does Sam O'Day, but that doesn't matter.
He's put everything into that swing. And in the final, we've actually got an all-New Zealand dance in the women's, which is fantastic. We've got Alice Seaman and Shauna Polly up against Julia Tilley and Olivia McDonald. And that
The
should
coaches
be
will be very happy about that. That pings that out.
Yeah.
So that was 2 Canadian teams that they beat,
Yes,
respective Canadian teams in the semis.
So we'll
well
have
done.
an all-Canadian third and fourth and an all-Kiwi final, which sounds pretty good to me, Dave.
Yeah, indeed. So they'll get some points for that onto their world ranking.
Yep.
And that could take whoever wins just up a little bit more.
Yeah.
And help them get into potentially Challenger Series.
Definitely, and those points, just like the tennis seeding, it's all about how you can get into a tournament and where you're placed for the tournament. And a great shot there from Sam, swinging through the block, taking us to 12 all in the first set of the men's final here at the Mount Maunganui Futures. And there's some high above the net play. It's a couple of big bodies up there just going for it.
Now, Giles, did you play in all the GJ Gardner Tour?
Yes, I did, yeah.
So that was in Auckland, Mission Bay, and we also had, was Nelson in it?
Yeah, Te Hunanui Nelson, yep.
And also here at the Mount as well.
Yeah, and they were great. Couple of last 2 events at the Mount, so we've had three weekend events at the
You guys
Mount.
lived here.
Yeah, there's been a few Ks from the out-of-towners, but couldn't pick a better spot to come to.
Exactly.
There's again a neck-and-neck game, a lot of side-out volleyball. And a few.
So at the moment the Chinese with the 1-point lead, and that is Wu going forward. Look for the block.
Big block there.
You could see that Sam O'Day did nothing.
No.
It was just so quick.
Yeah, didn't want any part of that one. Oops.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one almost came back faster than it was.
He was fortunate he didn't wear it in the face. Although if it had gone over, it would have been okay.
Yeah, that's it. That's all in the cover. And that's a 2-point lead. Quite an important point there. Not gone away from... Oh, and a great
still
hustle. Oh, let's see. And Ben's taken over the blocking. And they've had a really nice overline shot there. And the timeout has been called, so they get 1 timeout per set.
Well, that's an important time for the timeout as such, because the Kiwis, well, 3 points down now. They've got to reassess and say, okay, do we have to do anything different? Do we change who's doing the blocking? Who's going to be at the back? Who's going to be at the front?
Yeah, and they can even change within the blocking what tactics they're doing and where they're going. So are they serving at the right person? How are they responding? And what tendencies have they got, or what are they seeing? And that just making some small adjustments.
Well, they're probably very aware that the Chinese pair can be, I wouldn't say up and down, but when they're down, you can see it. You can feel it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're very expressive with their emotions and how they play. So if you get one, you can get a couple of points.
Yeah,
And
you
just
can
need
see
one
that perhaps
run.
you've got them.
Yeah, and this will be a really key point, because the side that the Chinese team are on now, that has been the favoured side with the wind, and so there's probably been more points scored on that side of the court.
Well, do you want to have the wind behind your serve or serve into it?
You want to serve into it and then it drops down. So you hit it and it just drops down there.
Well, here we are. It is the Chinese serving.
And a nice pass there from Sam.
Wu straight. Oh, gee, overhit that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, all lateral and not much verticality down as it takes us to 16-12, and the crowd's just trying to get the boys back into it and lift them up.
Well, they're going to need quite a lift now. It is a 4-point buffer at the moment as the Chinese head towards that 21 in the final here at Mount Maunganui. It is the Beach Pro Tour.
And a nice pass there. They run a behind set, so over the back shoulder of Ben.
Still in? No, not quite.
Some really good blocking there from Wu.
Yeah, I think that's the key so far in the first set. It is the blocking of the Chinese. 17-12 up. It's only 4 away.
And you can see, Dave, his arms extending over the net and just taking out even more space. And it actually gives it...
pushing the laws there a little bit?
That's legal. That is, okay. Yeah, that's on the third contact, that's fully legal. And it's actually actively encouraged. And a great shot there from Ben, but there's some pretty good defense. And more good defense.
Yeah, does the fist pump there, gets one back.
Yeah. Off the top of the hands from Ben, and he's very happy with that. Okay, 4-point game it is. Doesn't take much, and Ben is a very strong server, so let's see what he can come up with.
Ben O'Day with the serve. Oh,
not
you
quite.
cursed it.
Yeah, I'll put my hand up there, unfortunately. Sorry, Ben. But get another chance, and 5-point lead. This is 18, plays 13. With the serve. Oh, and a great read in the back.
That serve hardly even came over the net.
Yeah,
great control.
Dropped it in there. And Sam did a very good job of getting his feet to the ball and playing it with a nice solid platform with his arms together. So 14 plays 18. New Zealand down in the first set of the final here at Mount Maunganui Futures. And that's it, that's 1 point. Yeah, that's all you need. And if you can get one more, could be in.
Well, that just seemed to be a little bit of indecision there from Wu and Ha.
It's really big in the judgment of where's the ball going in, is it out, who's going to take it.
This is Sam O'Day with the serve. Floater. Check for the block.
Oh, and that's just too big. Yeah, just really high and off the hands. Didn't have to overhit it, just sort of played it into the block almost.
Well, he was able to use his height, then with the hand up high, just tip it over.
And you don't actually, if you use it off the hands, you don't actually have to hit it in as well. So it can go in, but if you use hands, then it's just a point regardless. So that's a smart play there from the Chinese blocker. And a great shot there from Ben. It is bread and butter from him.
It is the O'Days up against the Chinese pair of Ha and Wu. Ha in the #1 singlet and Wu in the #2. And for the Kiwis with the dark cap, it is Ben O'Day, #1, and with the orange cap, it is Sam O'Day, #2. So the Kiwis hanging in there in the first set.
And a bit of a shaky pass, but done pretty well with the set. And this
still in it.
Yeah, really good. Oh,
look at that! There we go.
That is heartbreaking stuff. As Ben's on the ground thinking, how did they do that?
Yeah, and it was just almost a little push over, encouraging the ball to go over a bit more.
Yeah, there's a bit of willpower behind that one. It's our first of 4 set points here. As Ha's coming back to serve the Chinese backcourt player. Looks like a topspin.
Some height on that, wasn't it?
And well handled there from Sam.
Not quite. Point goes to the Kiwis. See on the replay, I think we're going to have that one coming up because the Kiwis hold off a 1 set point. Got the serve though. And can they come back with another one? It is Sam O'Day.
Looks like he's top spinning downwind.
Oh, Jesus, that is not what you want to see. That is the first set going to the Chinese pair of Ha and Wu. 21-17, the Kiwis, Ben and Sam O'Day, dropping the first set of this, the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour at Mount Maunganui.
s'mores trumpet, 4 s'mores trumpets, creamy ice cream, fluffy marshmallows, and rich gooey chocolate. Now you've got even s'more. New s'mores 4-pack, out now.
And welcome back into the second set of the men's final. And it is the O'Day brothers. Well, they dropped that first, 17-21, to the Chinese pair of Ha and Wu. And Giles Black, it's a tough one. They were in there for quite a way, edged their way back a little bit. The Chinese just pushed out a little bit more.
Yeah, if I'm looking back, I think that call that was a bit contentious was a really, really important play, because there was an error afterwards. As that's hit the aerial, and that is out. That's a point to the O'Days.
Hit the aerial.
Yeah, yeah, the antenna there, you can't hit that. You can't touch it. You can't actually, if the ball hits it below the height of the net, it's out as well. Interestingly enough, and actually you can lean after that. It's considered outside of the court, so you can lean into the net provided it's on the other side of the aerial, and that occasionally gets used and can be a good little safety net.
Well, the aerial, I love it.
And a great touch there from Ben O'Day, just sticking the arm out.
Not quite. One each.
Yeah, and that point in the second set, there was just that rough call, arguably.
And then there was the error
Yeah,
afterwards.
then the error. And sometimes it can actually be worse for the mental game when you get a call go against you, and you need to switch
it stays
off.
with you, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is. And you just got to wash it, and it's easier said than done, as we see.
There we go, the service error.
Yeah, pretty uncharacteristic. They've made most of their serves. I haven't seen many misses from the Chinese team.
That's probably the first, perhaps second. In the meantime, it is a Sam O'Day, orange cap.
Yeah, serving, and then you look to run to the net and put up a block.
There's the floater into the wind.
Oh.
And you take a little bit in the face, and certainly no malice in that.
Yeah, good bit of sportsmanship there. Is running up to the net, stuck in no man's land. It's pretty tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably want a little bit more pressure on the serve, I think, because when you can use that 2-ball option, it means the pass has been good. And the O'Day are big proponents of that, and they do it to great effect. So look to see something like that here. Running the behind.
That's a good block.
That is a very big block.
For people watching this, they just probably need to fathom that the Chinese players are, and the old measurement 6'6", 7, 8 even, and very solid across the chest with huge reaches. And the two Kiwis, well, Ben and Sam O'Day, they're not exactly small.
No, you're looking at a couple Colossus out there. As one of them goes up to hit it now. Sam, a 1-foot approach.
Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah, looking like he's going in for a dunk there.
Yeah, would have been pretty valuable in basketball.
Yeah.
Just looking over, I expect looking over to a coach. He's looking over to his right and looking over to the crowd.
And a good serve there from Ben, putting him out of position. Just, you can see Sam just think, oh,
did it on the 2 in the second.
Yeah, maybe a little accident. Unfortunately, just a slight error on that one. Probably wanting to set up his brother Sam there and just going over it. I think it would have caught the thumb. So you play it with your wrist in the flat part, and then occasionally you can hit it off your thumb and it can go anywhere. It's a bit more meaty. From experience. That one, I'd say, Dave.
And for yourself playing in this tournament earlier on, you had a win or two, perhaps?
Unfortunately not.
Okay.
We did the old 1-2 barbecue and dropped out there.
Who were you playing with?
Playing with Josh Tiplady, a young lad who's actually a big lad as well. He's probably 6'7" here from Taupo, and so entered in a couple tournaments. Had a couple of fun weekends watching volleyball and playing a few. But it's been really good, and it's fantastic to see such good quality. I mean, there's been some amazing games and fantastic competitors just giving it their all.
You did mention to me that you are, as this point continues, we'll come back to that in just a second. It's in?
It's just wide. Yeah.
Gee. I was looking at the flag and thinking, well, we're going to have to see that again.
Wouldn't want to put your house on that one, Mister.
No.
Oh, unfortunately, momentum. There's not a lot in it, and that could be a big point.
That's 4-all, and then just hitting it wide. You mentioned that you're going to go and play a couple of Asian Tour tournaments. Is that right?
Yeah, there's a Futures in Tahiti and then on to the Asian circuit as we have a net touch call.
Well, getting a couple of little contentious calls here, or close calls perhaps.
Yeah, and Ben was actually talking to Ben earlier in the week. He's been on many Asian. Well, actually been in.
It's not too bad to go to Tahiti for beach volleyball.
That sounds great, and it should be fantastic. And there's quite a few Asian tour events that the guys have been to, and I think they've done very well actually the O'Days together at one of those. And a nice pass there from Ben as he goes up, and very well read from Ha, the backcourt player.
Oh, that's beautiful. That was smooth.
Thanks for that. Oh,
nice.
Boom, bang, bang. Sam O'Day puts a rocket on that one.
Well, he did one at the other end as well. Now he's done one from the south end. And you can see it coming up in just a moment. Bang.
Yeah, and that last couple of inches next to the line, you can't get that and you can't touch it. So it's a fantastic shot.
So the Futures tournament in Tahiti and another one in Asia, there's quite a few Kiwis or quite a few players from this tournament going there?
Yeah, there's actually also one in the Gold Coast next week, which a lot of players are. I think there's about 7 or 8 New Zealand teams going, which is fantastic.
And we expect the O'Days in their retirement might go?
I'm not too sure. I think the entry cut-off, they may have been a little bit late for that, but I know they'll have their eye on a few dates later in the year, possibly.
Well, it does work out well when you can have a number of the New Zealand tour, then you can have this particular World Tour Futures tournament, and then you can go to the next place. It's not just a go for 1 week and that's it.
Yeah, no, it's a great launching pad, and it's just fantastic to have such high caliber of opponents, and a great shot there over the angle block.
That was woo.
Perfect lead up for those teams looking to keep going and pushing.
So it's a little bit of prize money for Futures, and it goes up as you get to the challenges and then to the, what is it, the top 16?
Yeah, the Elite 16.
Elite 16.
Yeah.
It sounds like a British private school.
I wouldn't know too much about that, or the Elite 16 actually. But another little run there, so just bleeding a couple of points in patches at the O'Days, so they'll need to be getting those back and having a little run or two themselves. 2-point lead, nothing too major, but you'd be wanting to get out to a lead.
Now the towels there on the side of the net, it's a good way of getting the sand off, the sweat off your glasses or off yourself, but also a good way of slowing things down a little.
Yeah, taking time, and it's actually a big one if you just, as someone serving, you can put the old hand up and say, oh sorry, I can't see, and a really good way to disrupt the rhythm of the opposition.
That is a superb block from the Chinese.
If you're wanting to learn how to block, this is a great thing to watch right now. If you watch his left arm, he pushes in and across with both hands and covering that spot, so he went up and then dove in, and that's diving into the angle, and you're not getting past that in a hurry, I'm afraid to say.
Or even David McKenzie, not quite as tall as these players, but the way he did it, you know, been from volleyball and playing for the United States at the Olympics, you know, just the way he was able to block was quite superb.
And that's tagged the line, yeah.
Oh, gee. Getting me ready to call it too big, but
3 millimeters in that one, I think, Dave.
I think so. Let's have a look.
Yeah, you can see the line move, and
well, the marker was right there. Flag down, it's in.
Pinpoint precision there from Ben. That's his brother Sam with the ball in hand. Yeah. Oh, and just almost a wince there from Ben.
Yeah, I think he probably got it a little bit awkward.
Yeah, just past the outstretched arm.
So the Kiwis struggling to really get in and take a lead and take the initiative in this. What can they actually do here? How can they change this?
Yeah, it's all about holding a point on your serve and getting one. It's some fantastic side-out volleyball, and they're doing a good job.
No, that's not going to work.
Yeah, as he goes for a little trick onto the other side of the court.
Yeah.
But where the game is won is you have to win points on your serve, and you have to hold serve. So I think this could be really big here with Ben if he can get an error, get an ace from his serve, from the Chinese era, or just a block from Sam. We might need to see him impact on the game from the front court, and they can get one play, and then that builds and get that pressure going.
Well, this has been O'Day with the serve.
Yeah, it's going to be tough when they're playing like that, because he had him under pressure with the serve in the past, but he was still able, he's quite far off the net, and still able to connect and put it into that spot, because you can't defend that.
And half from China with the serve.
Deep corner, and a great lead there from Sam. Coming at about head height, which you know it's probably going out there.
You know it's probably going out, but you probably want to hit it, right?
Yeah, you do want to make sure of it. Just like the old cricket term, there's no such thing as a bad leave if it doesn't hit the wickets.
Yeah, exactly.
And a nice pass there from Wu. And Ben is not happy at all. Very toughy, I would say he might be. He'd expect to get that one and then be able to put that away. And just, I think he just came up, unfortunately. Probably expecting it maybe to come a little bit harder because they can hit it, but not quite.
And you can see our rakers out there getting things as smooth as possible. Quite sure about smooth as possible, but they're having a good go at it.
Yeah, 12-9, so a 3-point lead into our first technical timeout here at Mount Maunganui.
Well, it is the men's final, the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour final, the futures, Mount Maunganui, and certainly the Americans. Very experienced David McKenzie. He said that he loves coming here. He came here 7 years ago, he believes, and played with one of the O'Days.
Yeah, Ben O'Day.
He said he loves it here.
Yeah, and actually he's been out here for 4 weeks or so, I think, and just training and enjoying it. And why wouldn't you? I mean, you look at the background, you can see the waves rolling in. Not too many surfers, but great day for a swim.
Well, you know, after this, we're not doing the women's third and fourth or the final, so maybe we might have to get out there and have a look.
Dip the toes in and see what's happening as we have Wu coming with the serve and handled well by Sam.
Yeah,
just long. Big grunt there, but no cigar, unfortunately, on that hit.
Just remind us there, John, who was in the women's final? I know we've got an all-Kiwi clash, but who was in the final?
Yeah, so we've got a battle up of a match-up and a bit of a battle of former pairs. So we've got Julia Tilley and Olivia McDonald up against Shauna Polly and Alice Zeman. And Shauna and Julia have played a lot together, and they've all actually played a couple of events with each other and whatnot. So it's going to be a barnstormer of a game.
Well, there we go. It's one back there for the Kiwis.
Yeah, 10-13. So the
and at 10-13, one back for the Kiwis.
And a great shot there. Yeah.
Nice shot by the Chinese pair. Just 3-4 ahead all the way. And it's really a vital time now. 14, possibly 15, take it up to 16, and then you're really struggling to get back.
Yeah, the midpoint of a set is where it's all sort of
with a big serve and a very big serve. Too big.
Uncharacteristic, I would say. And I do wonder if they might go to him. He's made a couple of errors on the service line. They've been going at Wu.
Do they go to... So you're saying go to Ha, who is without the cap for the Chinese pair, and the black?
Yeah, they do.
You got it?
Oh, but he makes no mistake. And Ben is chasing this.
Yeah, well, it's just about collided with everybody.
And unfortunately, no harm done as Sam almost picks it, but not quite able to.
Well, the Chinese just so good up in the air. Managed to get a few early blocks in the first set. I haven't really seen too many in the second, maybe one, possibly two.
And a great serve, but pretty well
done. There we go. Oh, set up again. Yeah.
And he's pretty pumped about that one. That's 16-11 for the Chinese team.
And just stepping away with it. Only 5 more points until the win. This is the men's final. And it is a little bit of a breeze here at Mount Maunganui, but under bright sunlight. Ooh, you could see what he wanted to do.
Yeah. I think the breeze might have had a little bit to do with that one. The ball's up and you know where it is, and then it just drifts out of where you want to play it. And
frustration there for Ben O'Day.
Not quite able to collect that one just where he wanted it. It's 11-17, so 6-point buffer. Nice pass there from Sam, and let's see what he can do with it. Yeah, great shot, high and into the deep corner.
Well, he didn't go for too much. He didn't need to go for too much.
Yeah, you don't have to be great. It's just good enough. I mean, it's pretty great if you ask me, but it's just about being good enough and doing enough. It doesn't have to be the best shot in the world. It just has to be out of the outstretched arms. And it was in that case as Sam takes the point and his brother Ben with the ball in the hands, going for the topspin serve. And Sam puts that one back.
Look for the shot.
And he is pumped about that. Hard likes that.
Very. Well, the way the Chinese pair just set it up nicely. Didn't panic. know, the block came in from the Kiwis and they just reset.
Yeah, it took their time. They've been very composed, I think, the whole match and the whole tournament. They've been up.
Yeah, semi-finals, there was a few little up and down. Oh, he's got it.
Yeah, some great net
on
play
the ground,
there from
the
Ben.
two of them. And this is taking us out. Just 2 points away there for the Chinese pair of Ha and Wu.
As we see some acrobatic demonstration there, but unable.
Ha with the serve.
Oh, and he's done well, the backcourt player. He saw Sam look, and he's got a free hit if he wants it. Oh.
Really?
This is...
What's he calling here?
2 hits on a hard-driven ball. I'm a little bit bemused by that one, Dave.
Well, he's not overly impressed himself.
We can hear Mike Watson shouting, "Let him play," in the background as Mike...
Well, he is the coach of the Kiwis.
Yeah, has coached and played with both O'Days and never short of an opinion. But he might be right in a slight change. As we have a match point.
Yeah, match
championship point, in fact. Oh, no. The old jug serve has come out to play in 2012. So they stave off one.
Well, one through no fault of their own. Let's see now if Sam O'Day can hold off another one here for the Kiwis. Down 13-12 against the Chinese pair of Ha and Wu. And it is a win for the Chinese. Ha and Wu take it. 21-17 in the first, 21-13 in the second. And Giles Black, just the Chinese too strong overall.
Yeah, they just were on top and didn't let them in the game and kept on powering and powering and powering. And they've been really solid all tournament and pretty well-deserved championship for them.
Yes, and the Chinese pair of Ha and Wu, 21-17, 21-13. The victors here at the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour at Mount Maunganui, taking away the title, the two big Chinese players.
Trust, they say, is hard won and easily lost. At GJ Gardner Homes, we respect the word trust because, you see, to us it's much more than just a word. It's a value, and we hold that dear. We know that when you come to us, you place an enormous amount of trust in our people to deliver the home you've always wanted. Because after all, we're building a home for your important people. GJ Gardner Homes, New Zealand's most trusted home builder.
Well, congratulations, Ha and Wu. You're the winners here at Mount Maunganui. You guys got to be absolutely stoked with that. You've got to be very happy with that.
Yes.
Kiwi.
是吧？这个今天你们非常恭喜你们获得冠军，然后在这个蒙哥诺伊山这里获得了这个本赛季的第一次冠军，现在的感想？
真的是很奇妙的感觉，但是也很感谢全场观众为我们加油怒喊，这边的气氛让我打得很舒服，也很兴奋。
So the first of all, thank you for all the fans and all the organization and the New Zealand and all the sponsor. It's amazing days. So we start from the first competition, become to the final and become the champion. I think it's a lucky day for us. Okay.
And for our players here, Ha and Wu, very good in the air today blocking. You must be very happy with your blocking today.
今天你的拦网特别好啊，就是今天你的拦网对于你是个好日子，就谈一下比赛吧，
因为之前比赛也打过，就比较相对来说是相对了解，然后今年第一站吧，拿了个冠军，说实话很开心，然后就是希望好的开始继续保持，然后也很感谢这边的观众这么热情。
So it's really happy for the champion, and also New Zealand's team is plays very well, and also we also played too many times. We know each other for the whole to the kicker or the attack, so that's why I think it's a lucky day. Thank you, New Zealand. Thank you, Maunganui.
Well, thank you very much, and we're well done.
Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, guys. And you are going to for night competition in Australia? No?
Okay, we can go in when you're ready.
Okay, well, guys, sorry about that. Didn't quite come off in the end, but as you keep on saying that you retired, but if you, after that performance, you're not thinking about cancelling out that retirement?
Actually, definitely not after that performance.
I think that cements it, if anything. Yeah, it's pretty disappointing, obviously. I think that was probably our worst game of the last 3 weeks, I'd say. To do it in front of a big crowd of family and friends sucks, obviously, but yeah, I mean, you can always kind of make the excuse that we're retired, but we just didn't show any real fight there, which was a bit, it is what it is. Sometimes you turn up and play, and sometimes it's just not there, and it just wasn't there today.
And your opponents, well, they were pretty good up there at the block, weren't they? They're fairly tall lads. The blocks sort of came off for them a little bit more than what you'd hoped for.
Yeah, we knew they were big boys, and I think we had to play pretty clinical. I think we were just a bit loose and let a little bit of frustration in, and then when you do, as a blocker, it's just very easy to kind of see where the other guy's going. So, yeah, we're close with them at the start, and then I think they just showed their class for sure. They're a big, experienced team. It was always going to be a tough battle, but yeah, they did what they needed to win.
Well, disappointing with the result, but still, you know, you made it through to the final. You've had a good few weeks, and you're going to say, well, you know, it's a nice way to finish off the summer, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I guess we probably wouldn't have even played any volleyball this season if they didn't have events at the Mount. So we were pretty happy to play 3 weekends in a row, and our bodies held up even though we weren't able to, I guess, prepare as well. And obviously, one really big positive is finally New Zealand gets an international tournament. You know, there's a program now with a coach and funding, and a lot of young players coming through. So the more people that get to come down and watch those players, and it's a good build-up for them to go head off overseas after this. So, yeah, not a great game for us, but it's a cool event.
All right, well, there we have it. It is Ben and Sam O'Day. They didn't quite take out the final, but congratulations on making it through to that decider.
gentlemen, we're less than 15 minutes away until our bronze competition takes place between Canada and Canada. They are fighting for bronze. Under 15 minutes away.
Juliet. Thanks, bud.
Enjoy your match.
Yeah, thanks. Oh, do I have anything in your car?
No. Yeah. Go.
reserve, so he should be hanging out, right?
Who is my reserve?
Tim, I think.
Who?
Tim.
Oh, he just came off the stand. Let him sit in the shade for a bit. So you're going to be able to run me to the airport after this day? Or, yeah, I got to go back to the accommodation and the airport. Who else is Sonia with you?
Sonia right here with me on the head. Yeah, it is.
Brady, maybe? You guys still have a minute. You guys still have a minute, eh?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the picturesque location of Mount Maunganui. And it is picturesque indeed for some more volleyball finals. We are kicking off our first women's finals today with our bronze positioning for 3rd and 4th place. Before we introduce our teams playing today, can we please give a round of applause for our referees? Our first referee up there on the podium there, please give a round of applause for Mike Kopp. And keep your applause going for our second referee, Alana Hartwick. All right, it should be a good game of finals today for volleyball. So, starting on my right, in the sky blue shirts, our Canadian team. Player number 1, please give a round of applause to Shanice Marcel. And keep your applause going for our player 2, Leah Mankhouse. Okay, and on my left side, we have the other Canadian team. Please, in the black shirts, give a round of applause for player 1, Darby Dunn. And keep your applause going for player 2, Olivia Grace Ferlin. It is Canada versus Canada for our bronze finals here at the Pro Beach Tour. Good luck.
It is the bronze medal clash in the women's event of the World Pro Beach Tour here in New Zealand for the first time. It is the Futures, and it is an all-Canadian affair. Joining me in commentary is Charlie Dalton, and there'll be no love lost between these 4 women out on the sand.
There certainly won't be, Lavina. I'm sure they have played each other many times in training and in competitions back home, but they both fall in Mount Maunganui, main beach here, ready to take out the bronze medal. And we're underway. It's a beautiful cut shot there to start the game. Number 2, Leah Monkhouse.
Tremendous effort from Leah Monkhouse to secure the opening points. That's what you want. You want to side out, grab it nice and early. Coming in for the serve is Shanice Marcel. Served tremendously well in the semi-final, outclassed by a superb New Zealand outfit, but she's a tremendous athlete, very competitive. Was looking to tag the line there, but just didn't manage to find blue tape, Charlie.
No, just goes wide on that occasion. So Darby Dunn, number 1 in the black, will go back to serve. It looks like she's going to float serve from the baseline down the middle. She goes towards Leah. Monkhouse goes up. Big swing and touches the hand of Darby Dunn. Big swing from Leah Monkhouse early on. Like seeing the aggressiveness from her.
We saw plenty of that from Leah Monkhouse in the semi-final, and I expect to see more of it here in this bronze medal match. She leaves nothing to be desired. Goes for the serve. Was hoping to touch the line. Not the case. Too much on it. Just too much. It's a game of centimetres at this level of beach volleyball.
It certainly is. So we have Olivia Ferlin back to serve. She's going to float serve. They're going to stay on Monkhouse. She goes up, a nice little knuckle over the block, but Darby Dunn does well to control it. Shani Marcel, oh, it's still going. Reset Darby Dunn. Does she find the line? No, just wide.
So close and yet so far away for Darby Dunn. The shot selection was on point, the execution just off. Takes a little bit of time to warm up. You're watching the bronze medal match here for the Futures event, held for the first time, a World Professional Beach Volleyball Tournament here at Mount Maunganui, held for the first time in Aotearoa, counting down to that gold medal match, but right now it's Canada versus Canada.
And a lovely two-ball option there from Olivia Ferlin, just rotating that shoulder, finding the deep corner. Darby Dunn comes back to serve.
Very accurate with her serving in the semi-final was Darby Dunn. She's just 24 years of age, based herself on the Sunshine Coast in Australia with her partner there, Leah Monkhouse. She called it, she said out, give her a referee whistle. She knows what's happening.
She certainly does indeed, and when you play this game for as many hours as these players do on this court right now, you have a fair idea of whether the ball's going in or out.
It is an absolute scorcher at Mount Maunganui this afternoon. We started with some nice coastal breezes earlier in the day with some cloud cover, but the cloud is going. We're around 22 degrees with a slight easterly coming in at about 10 knots, almost perfect for this international tournament.
Oh, and it's a beautiful cut shot there from Monkhouse. The blocker peeled off the net, and so they're further off the net, and she just decides to play the cut shot and finds the open real estate.
She's on fire, is Leah Monkhouse, one of the 4 Canadians out on court for this bronze medal clash.
She serves down the line on Ferlin.
That's how you block, Charlie.
It certainly is.
That is how you block. Get up nice and high. Give no opportunity for the attack to go anywhere but at your arms. No net call that time from our head referee, Mr. Mike Kopp.
Oh, boom.
She's going for a hat trick, I reckon.
Boom. What a block there from Marcel, just sealing the net. Ferlin tries to go cross court and she just says no, no, no.
So first time it was going down the middle and Marcel blocked it. Next time cross court, Marcel blocks it. What will she do this time? She's at the net. She goes high. What can she not do this time?
She just goes wide. She saw it. She knuckled over. Oh, and they're going to score the point.
Called
it comes
a touch,
off
did
the
Mr.
block.
Kopp. So that is 3 in a row for Marcel.
Team in black, not too sure if that was the right call, but anyway, it is going to go to the team in the light blue.
It's never the right call when it goes the other way.
No, it certainly isn't. And a lovely another turn there on second hit. We've seen Olivia Ferlin do that a couple times already this match. Very hard to stop.
Certainly a very clever player is Olivia Grace Ferlin, another player based on the Northern Queensland Sunshine Coast, but no matter what you try and do, it's hard to put a stop to that. Powerhouse coming in once again from Leah Monkhouse. She has certainly asserted her authority in this bronze medal clash of this Futures event at Mount Maunganui.
Marcel goes on the angle to Ferlin. Nice set from Darby Dunn, but just goes wide on that occasion. And so it's going to be an early 4-point lead for Marcel and Monkhouse, going up 9-5 as we have a change of ends.
You get the feeling that the opposite end they just came from was their favoured end. They managed to secure a 4-point lead from that end, but we'll change every 7 points to make sure there's no advantage with sun or wind.
And just using the tape there, The defence were on their heels waiting for a big power swing, and then the net kind of took all the pace off the ball, so very hard to defend the ones that come off the tape, but it is going to be a point for the team in black.
Charlie Dalton, let's be honest, when you're a defender you don't really want to be on your heels. That's not a good place to be, or travelling backwards.
No, certainly not. As Monkhouse, lovely baby line shot there. Looked like she was going to go full power and then just drop the elbow and dropped it just over the top of the block.
For wherever you are watching across Aotearoa, New Zealand or around the globe, we welcome you to our coverage of the World Pro Beach Tour Futures event. Held for the first time in New Zealand, the inaugural event, also the first one that kickstarts the season. We have had competitors from all over the globe in the women's competition. They've come from France and Sweden, the USA, also Japan, Australia and New Zealand. At the moment, it's a bronze medal clash between the two Canadian sides.
Nice hand set from Furlan, and Darby finds the tape. Darby Dunn, beautiful cut shot. Lovely back set from Olivia Furlan, and just put that one on a string.
It has been a very long 4 days for many of these competitors. We started with 25 men's and 18 women's pairs from 10 different countries competing in this tournament, and we're now down to D-Day. No second chances. This one is for the bronze medal. No one wants to finish fourth in a competition.
They certainly don't.
It's good to get there though, Charlie. Yeah, it is good to get there.
Top four is pretty big here. It is a World Pro Tour event, first one ever in New Zealand. As Olivia Furlan goes back float serve. Highline was the call, and highline is what was delivered. Lovely communication here from the team in black.
That is Darby Dunn and Olivia Furlan. The communication is hot, and so too is the play out on the sand. Off the hand. That one goes out off a touch, so another point awarded to the Canadians in blue, Marcel and Monkhouse. They take a 3-point lead. First to 21 will take out the first set. They'll have a short break at the technical timeout, just a minute to regather their thoughts, have a bit of a chat as to what's going on out there, maybe hydrate and some kai or some food to try and get some carbohydrates into them. We remind you it's the best of three. So first to 21 in the first and second set. First to 15 in the third set. Must win by 2 points. This is the semi-final of the Futures event here, the World Pro Beach Tour. It is so good to have this tournament in Aotearoa. So many of these players have waited for a very long time. In fact, for many of the athletes competing, they've waited too long.
Yes, they have indeed. It's good to finally have it here in New Zealand. We've seen players even come out of retirement for this tournament, haven't we, Lavina? So something pretty special, and hopefully this is only just the beginning for World Tour stops in New Zealand.
We can tell you in the men's gold medal match, it was the O'Day brothers from New Zealand that went down to a powerhouse Chinese pair, Jia Xing and also Luk Zhang. They were outstanding and took that gold medal. They are ranked 75th in the world, but we're counting down to find out the winner of this bronze medal match. And straight after this, it's the gold medal clash and all Kiwi affair. Stay with us. It is all happening.
Big swing from Marcel there. Goes on the angle, comes off the side of the block.
That looks natural for her.
It really does. Really does. She makes it look easy, but I tell you, it's certainly not. We watch that replay, just opening up the shoulder. And too much power for the defense to handle. They keep on Furlan. She makes the cut. Great read from Marcel. Oh, and Monkhouse tried to go for the cheeky little two-ball option there, the little dig over on two. And then I think she was maybe saying sorry to her partner, maybe wishes she set her.
Wasn't a bad option though, maybe
wasn't.
An ambitious option, but it did pay dividends to her in the semi-final clash. They did go down in that clash, hence playing off for third and fourth, but she's got a whole ton of repertoire which she can come in with the shot, as we've seen just then.
Class. Lovely little knuckle to perform that one on the angle. And
how
did
difficult
really
is
well.
that shot, Charlie Dalton? You'd know. You've been overseas. You've been to Turkey for the under-19s World Champs. How tricky is a shot like that?
It's a lot harder than it looks. Having to control the ball and choose which way it goes when it's only coming off your knuckle is very hard to do. But that block from Marcel is unfortunately just going to land out, so it's going to bring the scores to 11-14.
It is an all-Canadian affair for this bronze medal clash in the women's event of the Futures World Pro Beach Tour here at Mount Maunganui.
She's going to give a free ball up for Canada. Goes on the angle, controls it well. Marcel goes up and
clever play.
Lovely little overline shot. Opened up the shoulder like she was going to go for power. Just made the defense get stuck in the sand a little, and then she just rolls it over the top of the block.
She has a very deceptive ability when she approaches the shot to look as though she will spike it hard, maybe go cross court. That time it was delicate, went down the line. She's certainly playing confidently at the moment is Shanice Marcel, and she is serving on your screens in the blue singlet, number 1.
Float serve decides to go at Darby Dunn this time, mixing it up. And
there's a battle.
Shot. And it looks like we're going to have a net touch. A net touch on Monkhouse there.
Not allowed to touch the net.
No, you certainly aren't. That is against the rules. So it's going to be Darby Dunn back to float serve. The score is 12-15. Lovely pass there from Monkhouse. Goes up. Goes line.
When you pass back like that, you deserve a point.
You
rewarded for her efforts. She was almost out of the court. She brought the pass in. It was perfect placement. And then had the ability and the effort to come in on the quick step to make sure that she could bring in the power on the shot. I would say out of the 4 Canadians out on court at the moment, it is definitely Leah Monkhouse that is controlling the proceedings. More from her to come.
There she goes, lovely up. She goes line, Darby Dunn all over it. Olivia Furlan was going to chase that ball, maybe a little stumble in the sand there, so we can't quite get to it, but great swing from Leah Monkhouse.
We have had a magnificent 4 days of competition here at Mount Maunganui for the Futures World Pro Beach Tour. Coming down to the business end. After this match, it'll be the gold medal clash. But first, we need to find out who will take the bronze. We can guarantee it's Canada. We're just not too sure which team will take it.
Furlan a bit disappointed there. She saw the room. She saw the shot that she needed to play. Just went long, unfortunately. A little bit uncharacteristic from her, but it's going to be Leah Monkhouse back to serve, 17-13.
Very deceptive play. Excellent stuff from Darby Dunn, one of the finest names in women's beach volleyball. I'm not going to lie. Kind of like that name, Darby Dunn.
Darby Dunn.
Rolls off the tongue nice and easily. One thought she might have gone for a cut shot there, but no, she went down the line and scored the point. Exceptionally competitive player is Darby Dunn.
We go at Marcel. Lovely little roll shot there, just over the net. Weren't even close to getting it.
It's an element of the women's game that has made it at the forefront of international volleyball, is the delicate roll shot. It's not always about the power shot and how you can save it. Introducing that is something special. The high line was called, it wasn't displayed.
No, it wasn't. I do like the shot there, going deep angle swing. You see it just go long. So that brings it a 5-point lead now for the team in the light blue. Number 1, Shanice Marcel.
Just 25 years of age is Shanice Marcel. It's been on the World Tour for quite some time. That's a way to get a point back.
What a cut shot from Darby Dunn there.
That's a very difficult shot to defend.
Yes, it is. Set was a little bit wide. Maybe the defender could have read it that she only really could have gone angle there. But again, even if the defender was there, it was such a tight cut shot that it would have been very hard to get up. Line is the call. Line is the answer.
Gotta love the celebration that time from Shanice Marcel. The 2 arms went up in the air. We'll have a change of sides.
Change of sides at 20-15. So set point here for the team in light blue.
Certainly have dominated the first set, has Marcel and Monkhouse. I spoke to them after their semi-final. They were bitterly disappointed in not making it through to the gold match, not just because they wanted to play it, but they thought they were good enough to contest it. And on the back of that, Liam Monkhouse doesn't manage to get the ball over the net on the service. So here comes Dunn and Furlan. They won't give up too easily. They know they are still set point down, but just 4 points away from levelling things up. You need to get that one over the net to keep you in the first set. Wasn't the case on that occasion. So the first set in this all-Canadian affair of the women's semi-finals for the Futures World Pro Beach Tour goes to Shanice Marcel and Liam Monkhouse. They take it out 21-16. Will it go to 3 sets? Well, we can only tell you when you join us after the break. It is the bronze medal clash for the World Pro Beach Tour held here. It is the Futures event. We are coming to you live from the delightful Mount Maunganui, and it is an all-Canadian affair. My name is Lavina Good. Joining me is former junior international volleyball superstar Charlie Dalton. I'm going to pop you in the superstar category while I can, prior to you leaving our shores on a scholarship for that other sport where you require tall people and a ball. But it's great to have Charlie in at commentary as we count down to see who will win this bronze medal clash. We've had the fans turn out. We've had a victor of sorts in the men's gold medal, and we're counting down to the women's gold medal clash. But at this stage, it is the Canadian duo of Marcel and Monkhouse winning the first set against Dunn and Furlan, 21-16.
Marcel kicks us underway. Float serve on the angle to Furlan. Roll shot, Monkhouse all over it. Lovely bump set. Free ball here, opportunity for Furlan and Dunn. They go over the angle, lovely cut shot, still alive, and what a rally.
Julia Monkhouse is a competitor, isn't she?
She
will not give
indeed.
up. Get a chance to take a look at this again thanks to the replay on our coverage brought to you by New Zealand Sport.television. Have a look at how many times she will not give up. Finds herself in the sand defensively on 3 occasions and comes up with the point.
Furlan goes over the block, lovely knuckle there. No one was going to touch that one, that's for sure, Lavina. Scores early on, 1 apiece. We have number 2 in black, Olivia Furlan, back to serve. She's going to stick with her float serve. It can be deadly, but well controlled by Monkhouse. But great up from Darby Dunn. Goes on the angle and can't quite execute on that occasion. It was a great pick up there, great pull off the net, did well, and then maybe just lost her footing or something as she went up to try.
Looked unbalanced, did Darby Dunn on that occasion, which is very uncharacteristic of her from what we've seen. I'm wondering, Charlie, if a little bit of fatigue might be setting in at this stage for some of the players.
It has been a long tournament, so I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case, Lavina.
I'd like to have a quick shout out to those that have made this tournament possible. Fukasu, who is our international main sponsor, we'd like to say thank you very much to you and the local sponsors here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, Tip Top, GJ Gardner, Batch Care, Tauranga City Council, all making this possible, but not without the efforts of the players, the referees, the fans, and also a major shout out to those from Volleyball New Zealand, including Susan Blundell-Dorrington. I don't think she slept over the last 5 weeks to make this come into fruition.
No, I certainly
she can
agree
take her hat
with you.
off now.
She is a superstar. She is a superstar, that's for sure. None of this could have been done without her. Anyway, we're back in the action. Marcel goes over line. Well delivered by Furlan. She goes for the cut, but Marcel is all over that one.
She's found another gear.
She has indeed. Just airtime from Marcel to be able to hold up there and take away the shot. Pretty impressive.
We talked about players having fatigue. At the moment, Shanice Marcel, who is about to serve on your screens, is playing like it's her first game of the tournament. What a competitor, a tremendous athlete. And at that stage, she wasn't able to drop the ball short. She went for the short serve.
She did, and maybe bad toss, not too sure. But it goes into the nylon, and we have a change of ends. 4-3 now to the team in black, the pairing of Dunn and Furlan.
So Darby Dunn and Olivia Grace Furlan will not give up. They are serving after being defeated in the first set. That was a great short serve. Saved it, had to scramble, good dive.
Oh, and what a play there from Darby Dunn and Olivia Furlan. Lovely read of the overline shot by Olivia. Darby Dunn does well to push the set as close to the net as she can, and with no blocker, Olivia was just like, why not try hammer? And she certainly did.
Excellent pass.
They'll get a third chance. Goes for a cut shot, and there we go. There's the winner.
She's such a crafty player, is Shanice Marcel. You cannot give her too many opportunities. It was a tremendous rally. But when you give her an opportunity to have some timing in terms of where the shot will go, her and Leah Monkhouse will make you suffer. Just 1 point in it in this bronze medal clash.
Darby Dunn decides to go on two. Well defended. Another touch block. Oh, and we're still alive. Reset here. Leah Monkhouse. Caller's line. Darby Dunn goes up, goes for the angle shot and executes. Looking like some players are a little bit tired out there, Lavina.
Might be some fatigue setting in.
Rally.
It's not just the players, Charlie. Let's be honest, not just the players. Yep. There's a few people setting in with fatigue, but we are counting down to the gold medal clash just after this one. The top seeds, Alice Zayman and Shauna Polly, up against their Kiwi counterparts, Julia Tilly and Olivia McDonald. So they're up against each other, and there's no love lost between those players. But at the moment, we need to decide who will win this bronze medal clash. And Dunn and Furlan, after going down in the first set, have decided to fight their way back and have a nice, decent buffer by 3 points. They really want to remain in this clash. The pressure is on the side with the black singlets. They're the ones that need to win for us to go to the third and final set. Up for grabs, prize money in total, in fact, for the World Pro Beach Tour Futures is $10,000. They'll get a cut of that if they manage to finish in third place of the Women's Premier Division. The fans are here, and why wouldn't they be? It is a glorious day, a beautiful day at Mount Maunganui. We can tell you we have erected a stadium, or we could be honest and say that is the platform from a remarkable public toilet the Tauranga City Council has built for these fans. Yeah, shout out to them.
Shout out to them, that's for sure. Yep, it seems like the crowd has just found the perfect spot to watch the game. Yeah, we've got a few there on the seaside, but a lot of people park up above the toilet block, bring the chairs up there, and that's certainly where the noise is coming from, Lavina. So we have the two Canadian teams back out here fighting each other. I'm sure they're close friends off the court, but on the court they are competitive rivals.
Well, that wasn't very friendly, was it? I don't know how close they are in terms of friendship out on the sand. That might be the option. There was a lovely little pokey coming in that time from Leah Monkhouse. Timed it perfectly. She makes it look so easy. Believe me, that is not an easy shot to make. So here comes Shanice Marcel, trailing by 2 in the second set. Tapes it off Can't afford to give any opposition an opportunity with the ball off a tape roller that is in a great space.
Yeah, lovely 2-ball option there from Darby Dunn. Trying to mix it up, not using the full 3. The great option is Olivia Furlan goes back to serve, float serves on Monkhouse. Great dig. Set, no one is the call. Monkhouse all over it. She goes up, she goes hard, and she goes on the angle.
She was looking for that point. She was hungry for it and managed to secure that victorious point for her side. It wasn't easy getting around Monkhouse. So this is the women's bronze medal clash for the Futures event. The World Tour has come to town and we love it. On Friday we had some inclement conditions, not going to tell any fibs for those watching from around the world or Aotearoa. The sunny Bay of Plenty turned on the wild weather on Friday. The tents went flying, but the competition continued and we have whittled away down to the final teams.
Serve goes on Monkhouse, they run it behind. On the angle, we'll get a chance to reset. Monkhouse goes on 2 and just goes wide.
Might regret that option, not going for the cut shot close to the net that time, Leah Monkhouse. It is such a reactive sport, isn't it, Charlie Dalton? You don't get so much of an opportunity to think all the time. You just have to react and see what happens.
You're certainly right, Lavina, as Darby Dunn back to serve. Number 1 in black. They decide to stay on Monkhouse for now. Great block, Furlan. No one is the call, and cheeky little knuckle there. Thought she was going to wind up, and then just all she has to do is stick a knuckle up there. And
Olivia Grace Furlan with a tremendous block, not rewarded with her efforts though, because Leah Monkhouse said, "I'll get the next one. Don't you worry about that."
Marcel goes back to serve. Going to stick with her float serve. They're going to stay on Furlan. She winds up for the big swing, but Monkhouse all over it and slams that one straight back down.
Charlie Dalton, we have seen some blocks this afternoon. That has to be up there with one of the best of them. Technically, can you do it any better?
No, you certainly can't. The sealing of the net, the jumping into the angle was just all very, very clinical, all class. She received the serve with a knuckle, interesting play, and then goes long. So, interesting there from Olivia Furlan. Decided to bring out the knuckle. You don't usually see that on serve receive. You usually see that when maybe the block is pulling off the net or something similar. But we move on. Marcel serves, and they decide to go on Dunn this time. And maybe a bad call. Maybe a bad call, because she certainly punishes them for it and says, wrong person.
Not a bad option from Marcella Monkhouse to decide to serve to a different opposition. That time it did not pay dividends. Just 2 points in this second set. Make that 3. Just 1 point deciding these two sides in the second set of the women's bronze medal match. We're at 21 points, which is a technical timeout. For those new to beach volleyball, firstly, thank you very much. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. Lovely to have you with us, and we appreciate your company as we count down to the gold medal clash between the 4 players from Aotearoa, New Zealand. This is the bronze medal match between the 2 high-powered Canadian teams that have fought their way throughout 4 days of competition against teams from all over the world to battle it out for an all-Canadian fare in the women's bronze medal match. And it is Darby Dunn and Olivia Grace Furlan that are remaining in this match after going down 16-21 in the first set. They're up by 1 in the second. It's a must-win set for Dunn and Furlan, and they know it. They've had the discussion courtside. Do they spice it up and change a few things, or routine as normal, Charlie Dalton?
I'm not too sure. I think they will keep going how they go in this set. I think they're pretty happy with how they're playing, but the game certainly won't come to them, and I think that's what they'll be talking about. Keeping the service pressure on, staying aggressive with their swings, and they could be in a good shot to push this one to 3 sets.
Speaking of aggressive swing, she goes over the line.
Just goes wide there. Bit of background, both these teams did come over last weekend and played in the final stop of the GJ Gardner Homes New Zealand Beach Tour. Both making it to the semi-finals and losing to New Zealand teams. Played each other in the third and fourth, and last weekend it was Monkhouse and Marcel who took out the bronze medal. Let's see if they can do it again, or the pairing of Furlan and Dunn can take away their fellow competitors.
So will it be deja vu or will it be atonement for Dunn and Furlan? You are about to find out. We're coming to you live from Mount Maunganui. We are at the base of Mawao for this magnificent international beach volleyball competition. What a save. And again.
What a dig. What a rally we have forming here. Monkhouse goes up. Can she finish it? And she can indeed. Some very special display of defense there from Darby Dunn. Some great touches, great scoops, but it's just the composure of Monkhouse and Marcel to finish off the rally.
It was probably the defensive game of Marcel and Monkhouse that let them down in the semi-final, not able to secure a place in the gold medal match. They've certainly improved that for this bronze medal clash.
Lovely dig. Stays inside the aerial. Let's play on. Short knuckly. Monkhouse goes up. And a great swing there from Olivia pulling off the net, and maybe didn't stop. She wasn't still, which is very hard to dig a ball when you are walking backwards, running backwards, and not on balance.
Marcel and Monkhouse on a mission to finish this one off in 2 sets. They were trailing by 3. Marcel serves. Great block.
And a big block there from Monkhouse.
She's owning that net, Charlie.
She is indeed.
It is an element of the game that you need to perfect if you want to be noted as a blocker. You have to be strong, powerful, athletic, be in a great position, read the play.
Oh, and head referee there has called a two double there on that set. Meaning it wasn't simultaneous and just came off the hands maybe a little bit.
Tough call, that one, Charlie Dalton.
It was a tough call.
I'm not one for critiquing a referee's decision, but it is a discretionary decision. It comes down to the referee deciding whether or not one hand hit the ball first and the other came second. It can be very difficult in fast motion to call it, but thank goodness we're not a referee.
No,
that's a tough job, that one.
I certainly couldn't do it myself.
So Marcel and Monkhouse looking to wrap it up in 2 sets. First to 21. If Monkhouse and Marcel in the blue take it out, then they will be awarded the bronze medals here at the World Professional Beach Tournament Futures in Aotearoa. First time ever we have had this particular international event here. We are showcasing not just some of the best beach volleyballers around the region or around this part of the globe, but also one of the most beautiful parts of New Zealand. So wherever you're joining us from, we say thank you so much. Hope you're enjoying the coverage and stick around. It's the gold medal clash after this, and guess what? It will be New Zealand versus New Zealand. Let's find out first who will win the bronze medal match. Dunn, Furlan, Canada. Marcel, Monkhouse, Canada. At the moment, Marcel and Monkhouse with the upper hand, leading by just 3 points in the second set. All of the pressure is on Dunn and Furlan, and they cannot afford to let any point go.
Second referee just fixing up the sideline there, making sure we're all good to go. And we are. It's going to be Marcel, number 1 in the light blue, back serving. She float serves, stays on Furlan. Furlan goes up and across on the angle to score the winner. Lovely shot there as we have a side switch. 13-15. Marcel.
No advantage to these players. Every 7 points will swap sides to make sure that the sun isn't in the eyes, or there's no advantage from the wind as well. The breeze can certainly be attributed to the benefit of a great top spin serve, but at the moment we've just got an easterly 10-knot breeze coming through here at Mount Maunganui. Great serve that time to Monkhouse.
Big swing from Monkhouse. She has to go over, and she does well. What a save by Darby Dunn. Monkhouse goes up again. Another dig. This is forming up to be a great rally. Marcel goes over the line once again. Darby Dunn is everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. One is the call, and oh, the hands go together. The crowd erupts because what a rally that was. A masterpiece shown on defense.
Darby Dunn, incredible. You would have thought she cloned herself out on the sand. Seemed to be everywhere she needed. Never give up attitude from Darby Dunn. Didn't secure the point, and trailing by 3 is Dunn and Furlan in the second.
A great shot there from Olivia Furlan. Sees the line wide open and just rotates that shoulder and just pounds it down the line.
This is the bronze medal match, the women's clash of the Futures event here at Mount Maunganui, an international beach volleyball tournament.
Oh, and a great cut shot there. There was no one getting anywhere close to that, I tell you that much, Lavina. That was a class shot as we look at that replay from off the net as well. Darby Dunn just looks at it helplessly.
Sometimes that's all you can do is look at it, especially when Leah Monkhouse is in the house and knows exactly where to serve the ball. She's at the net as Monkhouse goes up, doesn't manage to keep it on the sand this time, goes outside the antenna and outside the tapes. The point awarded to Dunn and Furlan. They will not give up on this clash. They want it to go 3.
They certainly won't, indeed.
4 Canadian players out on the sand as we speak. Here comes Marcel.
Oh, and another great swing from Furlan. Just using the block there twice. First time of Monkhouse, second time of Marcel. Both scoring the point. We call that a tool in volleyball. Using the block to your advantage and goes out from there. So it's going to be Furlan back to float serve. She's going from the middle of the court and decides to go on Marcel this time. They started on Monkhouse. They have now switched it up. Good switch up. Great defense and just goes into the net. She falls to her knees. Maybe a bit of fatigue starting to kick in. It is day 4 here of the World Pro Tour here in Mount Maunganui, New Zealand.
We certainly didn't see that from Olivia Grace Furlan in the semi-final. Her timing was out. Certainly didn't approach the net like she did throughout the tournament. And that time the serve was off from Leah Monkhouse. So Monkhouse doing all what she can to perhaps let the opposition back into this match. I'm sure she doesn't want it to go to 3 sets, but the fans that have turned out at Mount Maunganui would not be perturbed if it went to 3 at all. Beautiful afternoon. The sun is shining. E whiti te rā. The waves aren't so big, and the fans are here for some of the best beach volleyball action they've seen in a very long time.
And a lovely baby shot. Baby line shot there from Leah Monkhouse. Blocker goes up and she just chisels it just over the top of the block.
2-point lead in the second set does Marcel and Monkhouse. Marcel to serve. She goes to Dunn. Excellent
control
pass.
And turns down the line, just goes wide there on that occasion. A crucial error by the team in black, as that gives Marcel and Monkhouse their very first match point. Will they take out the bronze medal match right here, right now? Marcel goes to Dunn. Dunn goes up. Great dig by Marcel. Can she finish the match? And no, she doesn't. It was a big block by Dunn there to keep their chances alive.
Darby Dunn is such a competitive player. She will not give up. Pulled the hands away from the net, made sure there was no net call. Still a match point at the moment for Monkhouse and Marcel. Marcel comes in. She could have wound it up, gone for the smash, gone either side of the court, but she finishes this match in a delicate way.
A delicate little knuckle over the block, and that's all you need to do, Lavina. What a match it was.
We can tell you that the bronze medal winners here this afternoon at Mount Maunganui are Shanice Marcel and Leah Monkhouse of Canada. They have defeated their Canadian counterparts, Darby Dunn and Olivia Furlan. Massive appreciation from the crowd. We'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll have a little conversation with our winners, and make sure you stay with us. It is an all New Zealand affair for the gold medal match of this Futures tournament. That is one match you do not want to miss. Stay with us.
What's better than one s'mores trumpet? 4 s'mores trumpets. Creamy ice cream, fluffy marshmallows, and rich gooey chocolate. Now you've got even s'more. New s'mores 4-pack, out now.
Canada reigns supreme in the bronze medal match. No love lost between the 4 athletes out on court. How did you rate the performance? Obviously you had a game plan. Did you stick to it?
Yeah, I think we varied it up a little bit here and there, but for the most part, our game plan was to just be aggressive and focus on our side, focus on the serve and pass.
I noticed from the semi-final to the bronze medal match, you had introduced more aggression into that match. Was that something that you'd focused on before the game?
Yeah, I think just like waiting back on our approaches and coming in hard, I feel like it's game changing, especially when there's good defense. Like you kind of got to come in hard or they're going to get you. So I thought we did a better job of that. And I thought we did a good job in the semi-final too, but keeping that in the final.
It's great to have you in Aotearoa in New Zealand for this tournament. It's the first time we've had a Futures here, in fact, in New Zealand. Are you glad to come here and be a part of that action?
Yeah, it's beautiful here. The people have been spectacular, so welcoming, so lovely, and this is just a beautiful place to play.
I know you guys are heading back to Canada, but before you go, do you think you could maybe give us a tip on who you think might take out the gold medal? No one will hold it against you.
New Zealand? No. Yeah, New Zealand. Definitely New Zealand. Putting money on that one. I think Shauna and Alice.
Okay, you can whisper that one because I'm not allowed to say, but it's great having your company. Congratulations on winning the bronze medal. We have really appreciated you coming to New Zealand and we look forward to having you back again. For you guys out there, stick around. We're counting down to the gold medal match. New Zealand versus New Zealand. You don't want to miss it.
our teams are warming up there on the court. New Zealand versus New Zealand game is not too far away. Just over 10 minutes until we see the battle of the Kiwis on that court there for our gold first place and our future finals here at the Beach Pro Tour. Get a good spot. I said before earlier, the best spot down here is probably right underneath these tip-top umbrellas if you want the best seats in the house. We can also sit up top there. And we will kick off our last game this weekend. Finals women's in just over 10 minutes.
Oh, Katie. Huh? Am I taking Mike back or? No, I think, okay. But he's been out there. Okay. Yeah, okay. Lad?
For our two New Zealand teams. Not long now, the final match of the weekend kicks into gear. Two Kiwis. Battle of the Kiwis, New Zealand versus New Zealand. gentlemen, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. This is the final match of our Futures Tour here today, and it is for the gold medal for the women's gold. Can we hear a massive round of applause and a cheer for our final match today? It is between the Kittens, New Zealand. This is the one. So please give a round of applause for our referees today. Our first red. And from Northland, can we please get a round of applause?
Good game, girls. Hey, listen, just check with the other Canadian girls. I'm giving you some free tips on Insta. So just I'll give my Instagram
on my right
with the other Canadian girls. Just grab it off there. I'm a photo journalist from Australia. I'm actually here for something, but my name's Colin. You won't remember, will you? Unless you got your phone here. Yes, photo, as in F-O-T-O-L-A-N. So photo stuff, photo land, L-A-N. You probably have. I did some from the other day. I was here the other day. I'm actually here for something else. Yeah. I'm here on Saturday occasion. I just make sure and I thought, I'll just do the whole game. So I've got like 100 pictures.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This is the moment you've all been waiting for, our gold medal final between our two New Zealand women. Good luck.
This is the gold medal match. No more second chances. This is the one you have been waiting for. It is an all New Zealand affair for this World Professional Beach Volleyball Tournament held in New Zealand. This is the Futures. We are coming to you live from Mount Maunganui, and Charlie Dalton, we are geared up for an absolutely brilliant clash between four tremendous New Zealand players.
We certainly do, Lavina. As the side closest to your screen in the black, we have Shauna Polly wearing the number 2 and Alice Zeman wearing the number 1 jerseys, and then in the light blue, who have scored the opening point of this gold medal match. Back to serve, we have Julia Tilley and number 2 at the front court, Olivia McDonald. So we're underway. A lovely hand set from Shauna Polly. Alice Seaman tries to bomb that one on the angle and then uses the block of Olivia McDonald, and that one just goes wide.
We can tell our viewers here in Aotearoa and also around the world that the number 1 seeds and the best side in the country is Alice Zeman and Shauna Polly, fresh from the back of the excellent serve that time to tape roll it. Little apology, but I'll take the point. Fresh from the GJ Gardner Homes New Zealand Beach Tour, also brought to you by Tip Top, where Polly and Zeman managed to be in 4 finals, winning 3 of them and runners-up in 1. They're the hot favourites here today, Charlie Dalton, but they'll have to be on top of their game.
They certainly are indeed, and
Tilly
that one
and McDonald are in fire.
That one sounded like it hurt as it came off Alice Zeman's fingers, maybe a little finger pop there, but the point goes to Olivia McDonald and Julia Tilley as Olivia comes back to serve. Do you think we'll see a topspin here, Lavina?
It wouldn't surprise me. That's what she's done throughout the whole tournament. A decent toss. That time a little too much on it from Olivia McDonald. So we're all locked up at the moment. An extra point that time going to the New Zealand team in blue, Tilly and McDonald.
It puts the team in black up 1, 3-2. Julia Tilley with the bump set. Olivia McDonald goes high and goes strong and goes down on the angle. Too much to handle for Shauna Polly.
How much is Olivia McDonald enjoying her beach volleyball at the moment, Charlie Dalton?
Oh, she looks like she is just loving it and enjoying every second of it. Always got a smile on her face, that Olivia McDonald, and it's pretty cool to see.
There's nothing that separates these two sides in the opening set of the women's gold medal match. The number 1 seeds, you have Zeman and Polly riding on a wave of confidence. We'll have a change of side at 7 points, so 4-2-3 at the moment. No love lost between these two sides. They train together often at Mount Maunganui under the expertise of Jason Lockhead, who is the high-performance coach for Volleyball New Zealand. Julia Tilley did not compete in the New Zealand Beach Tour. She's come on board with Olivia McDonald for this World Pro Tour. And she's certainly showing her experience and competitiveness. She'll have to be on fire to take on the #1 seeds, who have been in tremendous form over the past 4 weeks.
They certainly have been, Lavina, that is right. Welcome to everyone from all over the world, wherever you're watching from today. It is a stunning day here in Mount Maunganui. Blue skies, a little bit of a breeze, but not enough to affect the game. And that one just goes long there from Liv McDonald, giving Alice and Shauna Polly an early 3-point lead, 6-3.
Charlie, let's talk a bit about Julia Tilley. She did not compete in the New Zealand Pro Beach Tour, but Olivia McDonald had an international partner, which you're not allowed to compete with at this world level. So we haven't seen her for the last 4 weeks, but we've certainly seen her in action over the past decade. She did start playing with Shauna Polly, ironically, who is her opposing player at the moment. They're very good friends. She was a mentor of sorts to Shauna Polly, probably knows Polly's game better than Polly knows herself.
That is probably true, Lavina. You're definitely not wrong there.
Big serve that time from McDonald.
Yeah, I like it though. It is a good miss, and it's a strong miss. And we talked about it in the semi-finals, just with the service pressure of Liv McDonald and Julia Tilley was a big factor to why they won that game. And when you're playing top seeds Alice Zeman and Shauna Polly, you really do need service pressure. Try put them out of system because they are too good. Yahtzee! Yahtzee has been called here in the commentary box. What a bomb from Shauna Polly.
We've waited all day to have the Yahtzee call, and we've got it. And why wouldn't we? Straight through the middle. So much power and accuracy from Shauna Polly. She'll be rewarded for her effort. She'll come in and serve on the opposite side of your screen from the middle.
Lovely set there from Liv McDonald. Shauna Polly all over it.
Polly.
Oh, and tags the line. Shauna Polly scourging around the sand there to pick up that one just like a rat in a drain pipe, Lavina.
She can do no wrong at the moment, Charlie Dalton, does Shauna Polly. We would like to remind those viewers, if you have just joined us, you are watching this World Futures event, and we can let you know now and announce to you now that the New Zealand #1 team, Alice Zeman and Shauna Polly, won't have much time to celebrate at the end of this one. She will definitely be hopping on an aeroplane at 11 o'clock tonight, heading to Mexico, so that they can compete in the Elite 16, which is basically taking on the best 16 beach volleyball teams from around the world. So that is Alice Zeman and Shauna Polly. That is far from their minds at the moment. Right now, all they're focused on is winning this gold medal clash.
Furious start to New Zealand #1 team and Asian champions right there.
This is the final game in the women's event, the gold medal clash, New Zealand versus New Zealand. Zeman Polly taking on Tilley and McDonald.
And a lovely roll on the angle there. Shauna and Alice tried to run a 4-block on them, jumping into the angle, but Julia Tilley read them like a picture book and went over that angle block to score the winner.
In the blue tops, we have Julia Tilley and Olivia McDonald. Tilley in 1, McDonald in 2. In the black singlets are our beach ferns. Alice Zeman and Shauna Polly. Tilley to serve.
She goes on Zeman. Lovely set from Shauna Polly. Cut shot just goes long there on that occasion. So Alice not happy with that mistake, but they still have a 3-point buffer there. 9-6. Polly, Zeman, Tilley back to serve.
We remind you it's the best of 3. 21 for the first 2 sets, 15 for the third if we get that far. Polly and Zeman have cruised through this Futures World Professional Beach Tour. They are the #1 seeds, as the players are fortunate to have Mount Maunganui looking upon them as they play.
Lovely set, no one has the call, but just makes an error there, Liv. Liv does. Just goes wide, a little bit uncharacteristic for her. She saw that Alice Zeman had dropped off the net and tried to punish her for that, but unfortunately just goes wide. So it's going to be Alice Zeman back to serve. It looks like we're going to see a float serve. And she's going to go on the angle to Liv. And a great set there from Julia Tilly. Great cover. Tilly goes up.
Zayman double block, 2 in a row. How outstanding was that? What a competitor.
What a competitor indeed, just being an absolute menace up there. Almost looking like a bus shelter up there.
There's only one person that owns that net at the moment, Charlie Dalton, and that is Alice Zayman.
That is correct. So she'll go back, she'll serve another one, and then she'll run up to the net. They serve on Liv. She swings the angle, and she scores the angle with a little help of the net there. Net was in her favour that time and tagged the line. So a net roll and a tape tagger.
Our head referee, Rachel Gunn, just named the referee of the year at the recent Hydro Flask Awards. We congratulate her. An auspicious occasion for Rachel Gunn.
And Liv McDonald just going long there. Top spin not quite working for her just yet, but it's good to see that she's trying to stick with it, and hopefully she gains that rhythm throughout the game.
Olivia McDonald did have the breeze coming from behind her. The top spin is executed far better when the wind is in front of you. Not a massive breeze though. Just 10 knots coming in from the east as Polly and Zeman try and assert their authority on this match. I'd love to get it over in 2, but Tilly and McDonald will have something to say about that.
Our Kiwis in the black, 13 points to them, and our Kiwis in the blue, 8 points to them. We're still in our first set of our final.
Perfect conditions for this tournament at the moment, Charlie Dalton.
Certainly is, Lavina. The crowd is building here, as you can see. Around the courts, we've got a lot of people with their shirts off, enjoying the sun, enjoying the summer weather, even though it's not so summer. It's not actually summer anymore, is it, Lavina?
What summer are you talking about, Charlie Dalton?
I feel like this is our proper summer. This month has probably been the best month, and it's not even summer. So.
We have been lucky enough to have had the GJ Gardner Homes New Zealand Beach Tour, the final 2 events held here at Mount Maunganui.
They're running straight so far, and Team Blue come up the line and take out set 1.
This is the gold medal match. First set. New Zealand, Polly Zeman versus New Zealand, Tilly McDonald, up 13-8.
Run the low ball, Tilly all over it. And Tilly just goes wide there. They're not very happy maybe with the opposition yelling net touch or something about it. Liv was like, she yelled no just before she handset it. So not too sure what was going on there between the net, between the two sides. But it's going to be Alice and Shauna's point, and Alice Zeman goes back to serve. She's going to float serve across the court on Tilly. Tilly runs a low ball, and there's a cut shot.
Very good choice of shot for someone that isn't the tallest person on the sand.
No, you're 100% correct there, Lavina. And when she did play, she didn't play this tour, but she has played a lot, and she has been known and claimed the name the Queen of the Cut Shot. So
that's quite an accolade when it comes to beach volleyball, to be the queen of the cut shot. We've seen plenty of cut shots, in fact, just about every shot, you name it, pokey, jumbo, coat shot, overline, everything you can imagine in beach volleyball we have witnessed over the past 4 days. After dozens of matches and 4 days of competition, we are down to the final clash. This is the gold medal match, New Zealand versus New Zealand.
And a great spot there. Great pass by Julia Tilly, popping it up for Liv McDonald to hit on seconds, which she does love to do. And she finds the back corner there on that occasion.
Julia Tilly and Olivia McDonald need to remain in this first set. Tilly comes in and serves down to Polly. Sneaky little 2-shot that time from Zeman, as she loves to do. And she'll question Rachel Gunn on the 2-shot this time.
Yeah, tough call, but it is a fair call. When you're going over the net on 2, that set does have to be perfect. So, you know, you can't double in beach volleyball, and so it's going to be Tilly and McDonald's point as Tilly goes back to serve. Oh.
Mine, says Alice Zeman. Mine, she said. No one come near it. I'm after this point. I know where it's got to go.
No hocus pocus. Just focus there from Alice Zeman on that swing. Absolutely flying up there.
Perfect timing from the 25-year-old based from Christchurch, now living in Tauranga.
Oh,
what can't she do, Charlie Dalton? She can serve, she can do a two-shot.
She can block, she can hit, she can do everything. And that is like most of these volleyball players, but right now she is just doing it better than anyone else.
Alice Zeman and Shauna Polly won the New Zealand Pro Beach Tour Open as well as the overall tournament. They also returned from the Commonwealth Games in Birmingham in 4th place, just missing out on a bronze medal. And one of their most victorious matches would have to be against Australia to take out the Asian Championships in 2022. They managed to beat an Australian side that won a silver medal at the Olympics. So you are watching the best of the best right now here for the World Pro Beach Tour Futures.
That is correct, as Alice Zeman serves on Julia Tilley, sticking with her float serve. She pulls off the net. Julia Tilley, well controlled though by Shauna Polly. She goes up, she swings, and this time the net not in her favour, just sending that ball outside of the court.
Might notice some strapping on the right knee of Shauna Polly. A little niggle that she picked up in the semi-final clash. Nothing to be concerned about, says her mum Robin. Let's hope it doesn't take its toll throughout this match.
Tilley all over it on that occasion. She goes up and just didn't quite have the legs to get that one over.
This is the first set. First to 21 will take it out. Best of 3. You're watching the gold medal match of the inaugural World Pro Beach Futures Tournament held here in New Zealand. We're at Mount Maunganui, and we have a tape roller from Shauna Polly, which will claim the point. No apology necessary. Not in this sport,
no,
Charlie.
No, definitely
Dalton.
not. I think Shauna Polly does need to go check last night's lotto numbers, though, because she could be in luck after that one.
Here we are at set point. Polly Zeman. Polly to serve. Goes to Tilley. McDonald pops it up. Tilley gets on the tape.
Queen
she
of the cut
dives
shot.
Of it.
Shauna all over it. Still plays. Oh, what a rally.
Olivia McDonald owns that net.
She does indeed, but what a rally from both sides of the court. Some great digs, some great blocks, and it ends up being McDonald that seals the deal. And it's still set point, however, to Polly and Zeman. Tilley back to serve. Hopefully trying to fight a couple points back here, gain some momentum.
Great short serve that time on Shauna Polly. Well done, Julia Tilley. They're good mates. They're best friends. They've played together for over a decade. And she picked up a weakness that time on one of New Zealand's best players.
Goes on Polly again. Nice middle set, and she goes, maybe I'm the new queen of the cut shot, Julia.
Plenty of accolades going out for the queen of the cut shot, but at the moment taking out that first set is the New Zealand #1 side, Shauna Polly and Alice Zeman. They take out that first set, 21-14 against Tilley and McDonald. Stick around, plenty more action heading your way. You are watching the Futures, the inaugural event here in Aotearoa, New Zealand, Mount Maunganui.
Trust, they say, is hard won and easily lost. At GJ Gardner Homes, we respect the word trust because you see, to us, it's much more than just a word. It's a value, and we hold that dear. We know that when you come to us, you place an enormous amount of trust in our people to deliver the home you've always wanted. Because after all, we're building a home for your important people. GJ Gardner Homes, New Zealand's most trusted home builder.
The inaugural World Pro Beach Tournament has headed to Aotearoa for the very first time. We are coming to you from Mount Maunganui. This is the women's gold medal match, and it is Alice Zaman and Shauna Polley up against Julia Tilley and Olivia McDonald, the New Zealand #1 seeded side here for the event and in the country as they prepare to pack their bags and head off to Mexico for the Elite 16s tournament. I'm hoping to wrap this one up in 2 sets. Joining me in commentary is former New Zealand junior representative Charlie Dalton. And I can tell you, the girls might have a mission to head to Mexico, but right now they've got a job on their hands.
And what a great start already from Alice and Shauna. We saw first play, they run a little low ball and get a great side out with a big swing from Alice Zeman. And then another stop there on defense. It was a big block during that rally by Liv McDonald, but Shauna and Alice get the better of them.
This is a culmination of 4 days of competition at Mount Maunganui, the first time that this world event has been held here. Teams from 10 different countries from across the globe competing for honours of taking out the best, and we're down to the last 2 women's teams, and it is New Zealand versus
What
New
a
Zealand.
rally. Shauna Polley all over everything at the moment. Great pickup and then just swings away, and there's no stopping that, Lavina.
And her timing didn't look perfect on the approach, but she's such a talented player. She can rectify any issue in terms of feet coming in for the shot. That is how good this young woman is, Shauna Polley.
Julia Tilley bumps that to McDonald in the middle and just goes long there.
They're the unforced errors at the moment that Julia Tilley and Olivia McDonald can't afford to get away on them.
So it's going to be an early timeout for Julia and Olivia. So they're down 4-0. Alice and Shauna ahead.
So leading the second set is Polley and Zaman, 4-0. Taking out the first set 21-14. It was a one-sided affair for the opening stages of the first set, but a nice comeback from Julia Tilley and Olivia McDonald, who are a new pairing after Olivia McDonald has been competing in the GJ Gardner Homes New Zealand Beach Tour with Elena Chacon of the USA. Requirements for this World Professional Beach Tour means that she had to team up with a New Zealander, and she picked Julia Tilley. Leading 4-love in the second set of this gold medal match for the World Pro Beach Futures Tournament is Polley and Zaman.
Decide to go at McDonald. The call was over line, but Liv goes, "Now, you know what, I can do this myself," and hammers that one on the angle. Shauna Polley can't quite dig that one. She was in the right spot, just couldn't quite get it up.
Even Shauna Polley thought that was a great shot.
Yeah, she did as well. The nod of approval there from Shauna Polley, but Liv McDonald going to go back and stick with her top spin. Hasn't been working as much, but I tell you what, great serve there. Shauna Polley does well to keep it alive. Oh, wow.
Started with a top spin serve from Olivia McDonald. Then she said,
bada bing, bada bop, boom.
Pow.
Pow.
I'm going to finish that one off, she says.
What a swing there. On 2.
Another top spin serve we would expect at the moment from Olivia McDonald. It's served her well throughout this tournament. Up nice and high.
And does well, and that one is, the flags go down from the line judges. What an ace. They were down 4-0, and now they change sides.
There's a smile on the dial of Olivia McDonald at this stage. She is very pleased with her efforts at the moment. They're just trailing by 1. A switch of sides at 7 points, just in case there is a wind or sun advantage. And at the moment, under pressure, which we haven't seen throughout this tournament, is Shauna Polley and Alice Zaman. They were leading 4-love, now leading 4-3. And let's watch this top spin superstar, Olivia McDonald, bring it in again. Third time lucky. This time she was unfortunate to find nothing but the nylon.
No, but a great run there from Liv McDonald serving. First set, didn't quite find her rhythm with the serving, but it's good to see her still coming out with that same mindset here in the second set and getting some reward for it.
Here comes Polly. Jumps at the net. Doesn't go for force, goes for delicacy, and it pays off.
Yeah, Alice just staring at her after this play, just like, you're so good, Shauna. You know what? You're so good.
I think we're all staring at her that way, Charlie Dalton. She has been in magnificent form.
Anyway.
They have such synergy, does
Zeman,
Alice Zeman.
Back to serve and a little service error. Nice little freebie for Julia Tilley and Olivia MacDonald. As Julia Tilley will go back to serve, she will stick with her float serve. She's going to go on Polly. They run a behind set. Overline is the call, but she swings on the angle and absolutely hammers that one down.
Shauna Polly said, don't tell me what to do, Alice Zeman. I don't fancy an overline at the moment. I'm going to go for the corner. That looks a little bit more available to me at the moment. Communication is key in beach volleyball. There is such synergy between Polly and Zeman at the moment. They lead 7-4. There goes the block. How inspirational is a block like that in beach volleyball?
Oh, it's awesome to watch. We look at this replay. She seals the net, and it's very satisfying if you're a blocker, I must say.
So double the scores in the second set now has Polly and Zeman. Shauna Polly brings in that float serve nice and low over the net.
Great save. Can they keep it in? And it's going to go out anyway. And quite an early lead here, similar to the first set. It's 9-4 to Shauna Polly and Alice Zeman, the number one seeds here of this tournament. They're going to look to get it done in two.
Great serve.
Way to keep it alive. Lovely set off the net from Olivia MacDonald. Low ball for Alice Zeman. Great dig.
Excellent save. Brilliant pick that time from Tilly.
Oh, and what a dig.
They wanted that one.
Yeah, the fist pump goes up from Julia Tilley. I tell you what, that ball was coming at some speed from Alice Zeman, and she picked it like it was nothing.
They are having fun out there. This is the gold medal match for the Futures event. The first time ever the World Professional Beach Tour has come to New Zealand. We are coming to you from Mount Maunganui, and it is an all-Kiwi affair for the women's finals clash. Zeman and Polly, the number one seeds, the best in the country, up against the underdogs, but you can't tell this team they are underdogs at the moment. Julia Tilley and Olivia MacDonald to serve. Fancy taking this one out. Too much on it at that time from Olivia MacDonald. She had a crack at it, and you can't blame her.
No, you can't blame her indeed, especially when you are serving that well at the start of the set. She got a couple of aces there, some great service pressure, so definitely worth still trying to go for it. Alice Zeman just sticking with the float serve across the court on Liv MacDonald, and a big swing. She eyes it, she tries it, and she bought it. Liv MacDonald, a powerhouse, tower of power, some may say, and crushes that one.
Is that the way to the victory for this side? Is it powerhouse that will get them there? If it is, then they are certainly implementing that at the moment. Here comes Tilly. She serves from the middle, goes to Zeman, decent pass. Polly brings it back to her. Great block, excellent scramble, also from Polly.
No one is the call. Alice keeps it alive. No one again. Another dig.
What a rally.
We're still going. Can Shauna Polly end it? Oh, wow. Wow.
That's a way to end it.
That is a way to end it indeed. Mount Maunganui is absolutely pumping right now. Some spectacular volleyball, isn't it, Lavina?
As we take a look at the replay, we don't in fact have enough time to show you the whole rally. That's how impressive it was, but definitely Shauna Polly wrapped things up with a decent cross-court top left-hand shot. She is in outstanding form. It was her to serve to Tilly.
Oh, and
Great
there it
cut
is.
shot.
Queen of the cut shot.
There she is. She's got a label, she's been titled, and she's living up to our expectation.
She certainly is indeed. And they've cut the lead to 4. They've done a good job bringing this back a little bit here, MacDonald and Tilly. And looks like we're going to see her stick with her jump serve. Topspin serve going with the wind. Toss it a little low, but she still gets it over. Low ball, a little bit lower than I think they were expecting, but they still make something out of it.
That time off the right knuckle of Tilly tried to get an arm out to it, but just wasn't in the right position at the time. Couldn't bring it back to Olivia McDonald. So they're trailing the second set after going down the first set, 14-21. It was a dominant performance from the number 1 seeds in the first set. Zaman comes in for the serve. She serves down to Julia Tilly, who picks it nicely. She'll come in for the hit, but very good defence from the New Zealand top-seeded side.
Oh, bit of me, you, me, and they both went for it.
There's always a yours in there as well.
There's got to be a yours in there, right? Yeah, unfortunate there. A little bit of lack of chemistry maybe, I'm not sure. But, I mean, you'd rather both of them going for it than none of them, wouldn't you, Lavina?
Absolutely. We have been treated to some remarkable beach volleyball over the last 4 days. It is continuing in the women's gold medal match. An all-New Zealand affair, the pass that time from Julia Tilly, not on the mark. The serve was very good from Alice Zaman. As we take a break for the technical timeout. And they'll take a minute's break before play continues. What do Tilly and McDonald need to do, Charlie Dalton, to fight their way back into this match and remain in the competition?
I think it is just errors at the moment, Lavina. It's just too many service errors, too many passing errors. When they are, like I said before, they do need to be aggressive if they want to have a shot at beating these guys. And when you're down 7 now, I think you're just telling each other, let's just go for it. Let's leave nothing out there. We've got nothing to lose. We're down 7. So let's not play conservative. Like, I'm okay if you miss, if you're trying to go big.
Right, our second record quarter, we're back in now. 14 points to our Kiwi team in black, Alice and Shauna, and 7 points to our...
This is the gold medal match of the Futures World Professional Beach Volleyball Tournament. We're at Mount Maunganui, and after taking out the first set, Alice Zeman and Shauna Polly are leading the second set 14-7. They are in the hot seat. Decent serve once again from Alice Zeman. She comes in for the block just in case. It wasn't needed though. She is on fire at the moment after being named the most valuable player at the GJ Gardner Homes New Zealand Beach Tour and also the Players Player, and taking out the New Zealand Open and the New Zealand Tour. She's on her way to serving remarkably well and trying to take out this Futures event. I tell you what, her trophy cabinet is going to be chock-a-block.
It certainly will be, Lavina, and that was kind of just showing how the game's going so far. Everything is going their way, but they certainly deserve it right now. But let's see if Tilly and McDonald can bring it back a little bit. A lovely cut shot there from McDonald. I thought she was going to wind up and swing there and then just drops the elbow and performs a lovely cut shot.
We might need more of that from McDonald and Tilly, some deceptive shots, because at the moment the defence is picking exactly where the ball's going.
Yeah, you're not wrong. As Tilly goes back to serve. She's going to be wanting to put them out of position here. Lovely wide set.
Great scramble from Olivia McDonald. Watch her get back up and come back in. They had to send it over in 2, but she's back at the net. But Alice Zeman says, I know where the blocker is. I know where the defender is. I know where I'll put the ball.
Yep. Very clinical from these guys. They are playing a very clinical game. Not many errors so far from the team in black. Certainly going to be hard to come back from now, but never say never, Lavina.
Never say never in beach volleyball, especially when it comes down to an international tournament held in New Zealand for the first time. Polly goes down to her good mate, Tilly. She decides to pick it up from McDonald, will drop back in defence, leaves McDonald at the net, but no blocker can stop that. How good is Shauna Polly at the moment?
She is just crushing it right now. She has all over Julia Tilly, all over Olivia McDonald, and all over this gold medal match.
Polly and Zeman will hop on a flight to Mexico, where they'll spend the next 4 months competing on the Elite 16s tournament. It's because of blocks like that, even though a net call may have been called that time. It's because of blocks like that and shot selections like that and the fact they have such synergy with each other. It really does make a difference, Charlie Dalton, when you get to play with the same person over and over again.
It does, that's for sure. I don't know if you could hear it through the camera, but there was actually a skyball chant going for Shauna Polly, so we'll see if she whips out a skyball here to finish the game, as we do have a change of ends and a match point, one of many match points that they have, but they will be wanting to get it done as soon as they can. This could be the final point of the tournament. Here we go.
Here comes the applause. The crowd are here. Shauna Polly comes in to serve. It is match point. Polly serves nice and short. McDonald picks it up lovely. Tilly brings it in. McDonald says, I'll give it a crack, and doesn't put too much on it and claws one back.
She does pull one back. Much needed points, but it's still a match point for Shauna Polly and Alice Lehman. Can they finish it here?
Olivia.
The sky ball chant is still going out.
McDonald coming in with the serve. Here comes Shauna Polly at the net, nice and high, uses power. Great pick up that time from Tilly. Decides to go for the cut.
Oh, one more back. One more back indeed. So the game is still going. These guys are still alive and they aren't going down without a fight.
Cannot afford a level of complacency. It is match point to Polly and Zaman. They'll receive the ball from Olivia McDonald. She'll go for that top spin serve that has served her so well.
And she gets another ace. Oh, they're going to call a timeout here. Maybe a little bit of nerve, a bit of a comeback lurking, I think, Lavina, but...
So Polly and Zaman were leading 20-8 with 12 match points. And Tilly and McDonald have found some form and almost called out in some complacency from Polly and Zaman. Can't afford to be complacent in the world of beach volleyball, especially at this level. Charlie Dalton, what lessons do you think Polly and Zaman are learning from this? Have they still got what it takes?
I don't think they're too worried. I think it's more just a chance to reset, just focus on, all they need is 1 point, right? So just talking it over, having a little rest, just making sure that they get this done.
It is a magnificent afternoon for the women's gold medal clash. An all-New Zealand affair at the World Futures Beach Volleyball Tournament. Polly Zaman and Tilly McDonald. It is match point. It's been match point for 3 points, but at the moment, Zaman and Polly will receive the serve from Olivia McDonald. I can just about guarantee to be a nice high toss and a delightful top spin serve. Picked up nicely. Zaman decides to go for it on two. She wants to wrap it up. She moves back defensively. They read it well. Julia Tilly said, this one's mine. 4 in a row for Tilly and McDonald.
4 in a row indeed. Oh, if I was Alice and Shauna, they'll start to get a little bit worried. They've taken their time out, but let's see if Liv McDonald and Julia Tilly can claw one more back. The toss is good.
What a serve.
Goes on Alice. And the high ball. Still up. And that will do it, ladies and gentlemen. Alice Zaman and Shauna Polly, your champions.
They have taken out the women's gold medal clash in this Pro Beach Volleyball Futures event. Thank you so much for joining us. What an outstanding performance, an all-New Zealand affair. And in the end, it was the number 1 seeds, Shauna Polly and Alice Zaman, defeating Julia Tilly and Olivia McDonald. The fans have been rewarded for their efforts this afternoon. It was the 1 seeds, the best of the best. After 4 days of competition, they managed to reign supreme on a glorious afternoon here at Mount Maunganui. Stay with us. Shortly, we'll get some reflection from the players as we count down to the presentation. Thank you so much for joining us. Don't go anywhere.
You guys round them up as we get into the prize giving coming up pretty shortly. Don't run off yet, ladies and gentlemen. The prize giving is going to happen. The presentations. But the photographer wants all the blue shirts and the yellow shirts quickly for a quick photo as we set up for the prize giving.
The New Zealand top seed have done tremendously well at this Futures tournament. The first time we've ever had this tournament here in New Zealand, and it was a magnificent spectacle in the women's gold medal match. So good to see 4 New Zealanders out on court. Let's get some reflection from the gold medal winners. Let's start with Alice Jamin first of all. Excellent performance. Did it all go to plan?
I mean, I thought we controlled our side really well, and obviously we know the girls really well and we train with them all the time, so it was probably more mental than anything. But yeah, we're like really stoked and yeah, really happy with this weekend.
Shorter, you played tremendously well, very aggressive in that final. Is that something that you wanted to focus on for the gold medal clash?
Yeah, I had a little bit of a scare with the knee before the game, but I think that like really kicked some adrenaline into the system, and then I was just like, all go. But yeah, definitely wanted to just come out roaring, and we did that, so stoked.
How difficult was for you to play against Julia? I know you're a really good friend. She's been a mentor to you over the years. Is that something that's difficult to do at this level, or do you just have to put it behind you?
I think we just leave it in the past. We both obviously really respect each other as players, but we know each other so well, so it's like a real mental game, like we said. But yeah, love playing against Julia, love playing with Julia. She's awesome.
I'd like to say time to celebrate this evening and have a week off, but someone tells me you fellas are flying to Mexico for the Elite 16. First of all, congratulations. You're up against the 16 best teams in the world, but no rest for the wicked, so to speak.
Yeah, no, I'm actually excited to sit down on the plane and just chill. But yeah, we're super excited for Mexico, and we just feel like in a really good rhythm for this year.
And have you enjoyed having the Futures here in New Zealand? How important is it to have a tournament like that here, Shauna?
Oh, it's so good. I think for all the up-and-coming players to really like get to see and experience at international level, and then for us it adds another kind of mental element that like sets us in a good way when we do go overseas. So please bring it back. We love having it here. So yeah, super stoked.
Shauna Polley, Alice Amon, the champions here for the Futures tournament. They are off to Mexico. They'll be gone for many, many months, but first we'll get an opportunity to present them with their gold medals. Thanks for joining us. Stay with us. We'll be back shortly.
Referees left over into this photo too. Referees left over. Photographer almost ready. Let's go now. To this awarding ceremony. 1 minute to the awarding ceremony.
see the bottles. There's a
To the volunteers in yellow and blue, you guys did a great job. Here we go. Sue, here's the mic.
tell yourself that life keeps going on and on and on. After love is gone, and when it's gone, it's because love is
Kia ora te whānau, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou katoa. Kia ora katoa. Welcome to the Volleyball World Beach Pro Tour Futures at Mount Maunganui for what has been an absolutely outstanding event. This international competition has been excellent through the week with the standards very high and excellent quality from the players. Thank you to all of those who have made this event happen. We've got the players, we have the coaches, we have the referees, we also have the supporters, the volunteers, we've got the whānau, the FIVB, Oceania Volleyball, Volleyball New Zealand, Tournament Director Susan Blundell-Dorrington, woo, and her team. A huge thank you to our event partners, GJ Gardner Homes, TikTok, Tauranga City Council, Batchcare, Dirty Dog, Zeddy, Header Pit, and also Pub Charity. And also a shout out to our international partners, Mikasa and Seno, who provided the nets and the balls. Believe me, we'd be nowhere without the nets and the balls. So let me introduce and welcome to the court the President of Oceania Volleyball, Hugh Brayton. FIVB Technical Delegates, Blair Harrison and Sam Montalvo. Great to have Tauranga City Commissioner here, Bill Wolseley. And the trooper herself, Volleyball New Zealand CEO, Toni Marie Carney. A round of applause. I would first like to bring forward, just for a quick kōrero, just a few words from the Tauranga City Commissioner, Bill Wolseley. Come on, Bill.
Thank you, and thanks for the introduction. And yes, I will be. I've been
given the clear message of a very short few words. So really delighted to be here, and certainly a warm welcome also for our visitors, and a welcome to Tauranga, New Zealand's fastest growing, and we think the best city in the nation. And certainly we are thrilled to have hosted and supported this particular event. Well done to all of the participants and those who have achieved success and arrived earlier on. It was great to see a all New Zealand women's final. So well done to those teams. It's also a privilege to see athletes from around the world come together under Mawao, our iconic mountain. And of course, it had been great to see locals Sam and Ben O'Day back on their home beach. A big thank you to Volleyball New Zealand for bringing the first ever world level tournament in New Zealand to our city. And we would like to think that over time it would become a regular event. Also a thank you to our mana whenua partners for welcoming everyone with a traditional pauhere earlier in the week. We trust you have enjoyed the tournament, your time with us, and we hope to see you all back again soon. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bill. Great to have you here. We look forward to a commitment to a full stadium next year, Bill. Okay, we'll get a commitment from that one later. We would like to welcome now Hugh Graham, the Oceania president, to come forward. It is great to have Hugh in New Zealand for this tournament. Let's hear a few words from him.
Kia ora ana, tō katoa toa te reo mātou tatua tua. It's a great honour for me to be here at the first ever Futures event to be powered right here in Aotearoa. I just want to say to you and your staff and all the volunteers come today to make this event a success. Congratulations to you. To my colleagues, FIVB, our technical delegates that are here, both Blair and Sam, congratulations to you two as well. In this event, a great success. And finally to the players, thank you. Those of us who have come from afar, thank you for being here along with our New Zealand brothers and sisters to make this tournament even bigger. Thank you very much. Kia ora ana e kia manuia.
Those words definitely resonate with us, to thank the volunteers and the supporters from Volleyball New Zealand. Without those people, this event certainly would not go ahead. Let's get to the presentation now of the men's competition. A magnificent display over the past 4 days. And we started things with the bronze medal match. We would like to congratulate the USA competitors, David McKenzie and then were injured, but you can't keep the local boys down. From Otamote College many years ago, we would like to say thank you for competing and congratulations to Ben and Sam O'Day. Also coached by their brother Eddie. He's almost worth an award as well. And in first place, the #1 seeds, ranked 75th in the world, all the way from China. Congratulations goes out to Jiajin Wu and Liqiang Ha. A well-deserved hydro flask as well. Congratulations to our men's finalists and award winners. One more time, a round of applause. Humai Te Paki Paki. Excellent. After 4 days of competition, we counted down to the semi-finals and finals of the women's event, and the bronze medal match was an all-Canadian affair. We'd like to invite forward Shanice Marcel and also Olivia Grace Furlan to congratulate them on picking up the bronze medal. A very spirited affair in the women's gold medal match. We would like to award the second place getters prizes to Julia Tilley and Olivia McDonald. And what a final it was. It came down to an all-New Zealand affair. And after taking out the GJ Gardner Homes New Zealand Beach Tour and also winning the New Zealand Open, we would like to now congratulate the winners of this Volleyball Pro Beach World Futures event. It is the best teaming in the country. Congratulations to Shauna, Polly and Alice Zeman. Not much time for our number one seeds and the champions of this event to celebrate. We have just found out that they have been successful in being invited to go to Mexico, leaving on a plane in a few hours from now to compete in the Elite 16s event, the best event, the top tier event in the world, and that is your New Zealand pairing of Shauna, Polly and Alice Damon that will be going. Congratulations to all of our medal winners. And that brings our event to an end. We would like to say thank you so much for staying around for the presentation. We would not be here without the support of the sponsors, Volleyball New Zealand, and everyone that worked tirelessly hard to make this event possible. Thank you so much. Ngā mihi nui kia koutou katoa. Mā te wā.
The digital age means that your sport events can now be streamed live to national and global audiences with flexible delivery across multiple devices and platforms. NZsport.tv and Digital Vision Live work together to create multiple solutions for online broadcasting of sport events. We believe we make a real difference and provide a better live streaming experience. We can interface seamlessly with all broadcast options including Sky Sport Live and Sky Sport Next, and simulcast to social media and other live TV. Digital Vision Live has also developed our own platform that provides a reliable and consistent stream with superior quality and unlimited viewership, as well as on-demand playback. This gives us full control over the broadcast and means we can adapt to the many challenges of a live sports production. We can also add pay-per-view options. For seamless streaming and consistent quality away from land-based internet, we use multiple cellular networks and we work directly with providers to develop network solutions if needed. Best of all, however, with everything we do, we can provide off-site production via remote studio or virtual server with mixing of multiple cameras, remote commentary and online scoring. This means a lower footprint at the venue and reduced costs. Another advantage, you can access as much of the platform as you wish and make use of multiple playlists for archived games and highlights and embed them on your own website. Together, nzsport.tv and Digital Vision Live utilise a wealth of experience to provide quality streaming of local, national and international events. Anything live streaming in sport, you should be talking to us. We are sure we can help.